Okay, we're good.
But are you good?
We'll see. I'm not. I'm in double digits.
Yeah, I was looking at everyone's
It's
health
okay.
today, man.
So are most of us, I think.
I feel like Nicholas or Oni are like in single digits right now or something.
Well,
Well,
Oni's
Oni's
fine.
fine.
Oh, Oni's fine? Okay, never mind.
Oni's great. He has more hit
Oh,
points than
that's
all of us
right, because he
combined, I
took the
think.
breath attack.
Yep.
It do be like that.
Oni's the only one that's just like, alright guys, you ready to explore some more? And the rest of us are just like,
Right. Yeah, I have 13 hit points. That's fine.
I have one more than you.
Oh, hell.
I'm sitting at a nice 12.
Hell yeah. So we've got 12, 13, and 14. Perfect. I like it.
I'm just happy I didn't get one shot.
You're like, I'm just happy I didn't die.
Exactly.
It's really all, I suppose, that Nicholas can ask for.
That should be good. Alright. I really need to write myself notes. Okay. Because I forgot to do that.
No.
Alrighty, so everybody ready?
I guess.
Think so.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Heard from everybody except for Ken.
He's either muted or...
Yeah, he's muted.
No.
Ken!
There he is.
I'm okay.
Alright. Well, I scrolled way too far up, seeing Sayana Shad's name in my notes. I know I am a few sessions back. Here we go.
I just like how it's like the world map was so zoomed in, but up top that I just front and center Escalon abs.
Right.
Yeah.
Just
chilling up there.
Mine was like that too.
What you doing up there, Ascalon?
Chilling.
Alright, here we go. So, last time on Tyranny of Dragons, we picked up, let's see. Where's my start? I just saw it. I just saw start of session. Here we go. With you guys discussing the next day's activities, how you manage or how you intended to deal with the problems that Malcolm had educated you guys on in Garrick's camp down at the base of the mountain. You pitched a few ideas, decided that you would redeploy the tower that you had thrown down into the chasm and set off a signal flare from there to start a little bit of confusion the next morning as you were leaving. And with your plans roughly made, you guys turned in for your long rest. You spent some time working on individual projects and stood watch, eventually everybody falling into their own restful slumber that night. Ken's slumber, however, slightly disturbed by the strange dreams he's been having that seem to be focused around Rose. And he awoke at the end of that dark, staticky dream, kind of sitting and contemplating what it all meant. Trying to understand if it was Rose, if it was somebody else, if the cult was fucking with him, if what's going on. Trying to make sense of it. You guys did your morning training the next morning, set up your tower, and then let's see, set off the signal indicating that the tower itself had come under attack by a surprise attack by the armies of the Sword Coast, and that they were besieged and needed aid. is essentially what the signal meant. You guys set off quickly down the mountain before finding yourselves encompassed in a blinding sandstorm that seemed to blow in out of the dale, out of this like pulse of wind and earth, completely negating your vision. You banded together and tied yourselves together in order to keep from straying too far apart, and followed Oni's lead down the mountain. Oni with some preternatural ability to navigate the eastern side of the spine of the
Yeah, I'm
world,
good.
leading you quickly and safely down the mountain. You stumbled upon what seemed to be a forward scouting party of cultists, as they had made a temporary refuge from the sandstorm in a like small cliffside hole. Hearing them crying out and complaining loudly into the wind, you threw out one of your illusory cards, had Nicholas kind of twist up the wind around you using major image, and condense the sandstorm, and snuck past the forward scouts that were on their way to try to figure out what the hell is going on. Moving past them, the sandstorm abated, and you found yourselves moving down the mountain less encumbered, able to see where you were going, before coming across a second outpost. This one a little bit larger, with a few of these towers set up in strategic points and manned. You snuck in, or Oni snuck in, and set off the signal tower, while the rest of you invisibly crept past this second group, and with another throwing of some illusory cards and some really good stealth rolls, you guys made your way past the outer encampment of the Cult of the Dragon, leaving them once again confused, as their signal flares had gone off twice, and harried by a number of creatures that didn't seem to actually be there, but they couldn't convince their minds that they weren't real, because, you know, magic. Another hour or two passed as you continued to hike down the mountain before you could finally, before Oni spotted it scouting ahead, the large encampment that the Cult of the Dragon had set up at the base of the mountain. Staying about 1,000 feet out, you guys made a impromptu camp at the side of the mountain and discussed your plans. Having success with the sandstorm earlier, it seemed to be a good idea to call upon that same boon, and Nicholas offered to swap some spells around if he could have but an hour to control the weather and attempt to bring the sandstorm back. In this time, Mia transported herself across the Dale lands and to the Nether Mountains to speak with Arturia, who was concerned that Mia was coming alone, but in the end trusted that Mia was working on the benefit of the party, and sent her back to you guys to finally execute this attack on the cult camp. You sent in your scrying eye, your arcane eye, to scout out the camp, get an idea for where these towers were set up, what kind of armaments they had, what kind of guards were posted here, and roughly how many cultists. And it seemed like there were still about 50 or 60 cultists stationed here at this main camp. End of the short rest, you guys summoned the sandstorm, and using its cover, snuck across the cult camp, kind of spreading yourselves out, all knowing roughly where you needed to go, having a rough kind of image displayed to you in this discussion of it from Nicholas's perspective of his arcane eye. You almost flubbed a few stealth rolls, quickly resolved by a water elemental splashing out of the only water they had and running amok on that side of the camp. You guys quickly dashed over to Garrick's tower, with Oni following the cult's mage in through the front door, Nicholas, Aerith, and Ken landing on the roof, and Mia herself landing in the window that Garrick was across from. And as she stared at him, and he had no idea who she was, he asked her that, and she bluffed him seemed to work momentarily until she stopped doing what he said. And at that point, he shot her. And with the sound of gunfire, that was time. That was the sign. Oni flattened the mage in less than... I mean, that man didn't even get to move. He was just... moved up the stairs. And you all kind of converged into the hallway that was outside of Afalna's cell on the third floor of this tower. Pushing Garrick into the corner, you kept him quite harried, as he was a ranged combatant in a very close ranged area and was not really designed or skilled to fight off this many combatants. And while that was going on, Mia and Aerith turned towards Falna. Mia, using an 8th level dispel magic, was able to dispel the strange magical effect, the powerful barrier of magical energy that had been sitting around Falna, and the two of you used your Misty Step Misty Step spells to get into her cell. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Oni, Nicholas, and where was Nicholas during all this? Now that I'm thinking about it, you were in the hallway, right?
He was
yes,
on the
and then I got
roof.
shot and immediately like, nope, I'm walking out of it.
Yeah.
That's right. You were going up and down the. Okay, I'm trying to get the image in my mind. All right.
Hanging out.
I knew that Ken and Oni had Garrick like against the fucking wall and were just beating the snot out of him. He had to activate his single-use Thunder Step spell to get the fuck out of there, and then attempted to fly away towards the mountainside cavern in which Mechalenethon sat waiting. You did not let him get far, as Dimension Door is always just a spell away, and Oni took Ken by the shoulder. You two vanished and appeared right next to Garrick. In the air, you harried him as he retreated into the cave. Each time you'd hit him, or not each time, but occasionally when you'd hit him, he'd reach for one of his magical items, crack it in his hand, and the burst of arcane energy would flow through and around him, vitalizing him and protecting him, at least momentarily. Finally, he reached the cave. Down below, Mia was able to not open the demiplane, but plane shift Ifalna into the demiplane that had been set up for her and Ken. With Ifalna finally safe, the two of you were free to join the battle above, taking however long it took you guys to get there. Some of you getting there faster than others.
Took a minute.
It took a minute.
It's fine.
But eventually, you all found yourselves in the cave of Mechalenethon as this massive mechanical blue dragon, this formerly adult blue dragon that had been mutilated and transformed, reforged into a perfect mechanical symbiotic machine, linking this new Mechalenethon to the Lenethon that you had, at least Ken and Aerith had initially met at the beginning of this journey. And while you came out victorious in the time of the battle, or in the course of the battle, Garrick had stated that if he died, Ifalna would die. And so you had, unknowing if it were a bluff or a truth or how to get around it, had opted to try to knock him unconscious and take him prisoner. Unfortunately, as we have established, magic cannot be used non-lethally, and while he was under the effect of Phantasmal Killer, he finally fell. All of his items destroyed, no tricks left. He died whimpering as the disappointed
Damn it, Nicholas.
gaze of Siren stared down from a place only he could see. The battle wasn't over yet, though, as you still had a very angry blue dragon to deal with. You persevered as a lightning breath coursed across most of you, knocking some of you near unconsciousness and revitalizing one of you who had been tanking the floor through most of this encounter to near full health. Oni jumping to his feet and resuming his onslaught of pain against Mechalenethon. You all finally felled the beast, and Ken was able to drive Justice into the mutilated and transformed heart of this altered blue dragon, absorbing its last spark of its soul into the blade. Meanwhile, the cultists down below have been hearing all of the battle and are trying to make their way up the mountainside to assist their leader and the horrible aberration that they are fighting alongside. Oni ran out with his echo and ran some strafing runs, knocking cultists off the cliff sides, smashing them as best he could, while Aerith and I believe Ken and Nicholas, you guys all kind of stood at the cliffside face there, harrying with cantrips to keep the cultists from getting close. After a few minutes of this back and forth between them, you'd taken a few hits, they'd lost a few soldiers, they finally retreated and opted to instead try to wait you out, as you were in a cave, 100 feet or so off the ground on the side of a mountain, with but one way to go. And as you stood in that cavern trying to think a way out of it without having to fight through 50 plus cultists,
And
the
they
idea
said
finally
Severin was
came to-
coming.
And yes, Severin was coming. I couldn't remember if they shouted that Severin was
Yes.
coming or not. Yes, okay.
They're like, Big Boss Man's coming.
And
Gonna
that
kill you."
Severin was on his way. You remembered the sword that had been retrieved not half an hour ago. And your friend, who is in desperate need of help. You took out the sword, and because I actually listened to this, Ken made his wish. Wrong place for my notes. Hold on. I wish for my friends and I safe passage into the Feywild to save my friends and family. And as the sword vibrated in his hand and you heard the jeers of the cultists below, it kind of hovered in front of Ken between the five of you, glowed brightly, reaching almost into Ken, studying him, examining him, before finally that golden light encompassed the entire cave. Now I realize I need better music for this. As you guys find yourself suffused in this golden light, it feels almost like riding a roller coaster. There's almost no movement, like the light kind of takes you, and then all of a sudden it's like somebody hit the brakes. You feel this like almost like this feeling of you being thrown forward, but your whole body is kind of being just like stopped. You feel this sideways kind of jagged movement, and then the other way, and then kind of does a little bit of like a corkscrewy spin that makes you almost a little bit nauseous before finally the golden light around you suffuses back into you. And I need everyone to roll me a d20.
First roll of the
is
night.
it good? Oh
5,
no.
11, 13.
Okay.
Roll 20 is going extremely slow.
Yeah.
No.
Hey.
Hey, Ken.
Okay.
All right.
He's got
that's
that
not bad.
plot armor. I mean, wait.
Yeah.
As the golden
Probably.
light kind of draws back in to each of you, you feel reality reassert itself around you, and for a moment it hurts, not enough to cause any pain like a malfunctioning teleport, but it's similar along that level. There's a feeling of like almost materializing inside of something, and then there's this like sound of cracking wood, spilling liquid. Aerith, you feel the whole back of your robes get completely soaked with something, and you land in the lap of a large, burly-looking gentleman as you all find yourselves emerging in the middle of a tavern. As you, Ken, with a natural 20, you kind of like land on your feet and assess the situation, looking around immediately. The table that was here is now in splinters. Your party kind of sprawled out and picking themselves up off the floor around you. There is a number of, there are a number of fey creatures who have taken up seats here in the tavern, and they're all looking at you, confused. And actually, I need to move some people. Aerith, you're actually over here in that guy's lap. Ken, you're probably like right there. you have Eladrin from various different racial backgrounds, as well as what look like human and half-elves, making up a majority of the people here around these tables. There are a few sprites, some dryads, and a very angry satyr behind the bar, who, as you guys are taking in this very quick moment, goes, "Hey! What the hell are you doing?" What are you guys doing?
I look up to the man I just landed on and just go, surprise, sorry, and just quickly get off him.
Okay. As you kind of like move your way off of him, he just shoves you off and goes, "That was my fucking ale! What the hell, Ted?" Or, sorry, not Ted. Fed was his name. The satyr behind the bar goes, "Ah! Get out of here! What the hell was that?"
I guess Ken starts scanning. Weirdly enough, this is the second time we've crash landed into a bar.
Why is it always
I
a
love-
bar?
Why
Wait,
is
when
it a-
was the first time?
All good stories start in a bar. Everyone knows this.
When we teleport into the astral plane.
Ew.
As roll me a perception check, Ken. Okay. You kind of quickly take a look around. The gentleman that Aerith had landed on is like, he's like brushing off the front of his trousers and his shirt as he's completely drenched in his beer, and he looks really just frustrated and upset. Like, he's trying to understand what the fuck just happened here. The guy to your left is like kind of backing away. He like pushed his chair back and is looking at you. He's got this like furrowed brow and almost looks like he's ready to reach for like a knife at his belt. The satyr at the bar is like picking up a mug and smacking it on the table, be like, "Roughhousers have no place here! Get out!" And he's just shouting at you guys.
Wait, like, Ken will put both hands up, like, gentlemen, we are so sorry. We just came out of a desperate situation. We had no idea that we would land here. Please, dissuade your anger. We'll leave immediately. I am so sorry.
Roll me a persuasion check really quick. Okay, as you kind of like, you say this and kind of apologize, and the satyr behind the bar just kind of throws his brow, "And who's gonna pay for my table? Huh? And you hear a not loud voice, but commanding voice from the back go, Now, Fed. Didn't you see how they arrived? These aren't your normal travelers. We shouldn't treat them so poorly. I'll replace the table and the beer." It's the gentleman over in the corner. He kind of has this like wry smile, and he looks from Fed, the satyr, over to you guys, and Fed just kind of narrows his eyes and goes, Fine. Gets back to doing his work. The man looks at you guys. "I apologize for him. Please, join me."
I guess Ken will look back to everyone. saying-
Can't we just cast mending on the table and fix it?
You
I
could.
mean, I could, but
It would take time, because mending it can do like a small section per cast. And it has to be like held together. It's basically like gluing things together or welding. It's magical welding.
Would fabricate work?
Sit there
Just
for an
magically
hour.
weld it back together?
Yeah.
I mean, the man's already volunteered. I say we just let him pay and go talk to him, right?
I'm trying to be nice. We didn't break this table.
We'll fix it later.
We're kind of in a dire situation. Like, we just let the guy who's willing to pay, you know?
Alright, well, I don't like owing debts, especially to the Fae.
Are you racist against the Fae?
No, it's the Fae. Like, they're the one people you don't... Them and devils, and I guess, yeah, you don't want debts. Because they're
It's
very
talk to the guy, thank him.
Pretty sure gnomes are technically considered.
Yeah, you're Fey ancestry.
Yeah. I know a
Mia's
thing or
gonna
two
go.
because I've seen a thing or two.
So you're saying we shouldn't trust you? Is that what I'm
God damn it.
hearing?
You started it.
Well, by then you could trust any elf.
That's fair. You shouldn't. Have you seen what we can do?
Well, excuse me, biatch.
Oh, he's just helping himself up with his echo.
Alright, let's go see what the guy wants first.
All right. As you guys begin to make your way across the tavern, the two gentlemen who are sitting at this table head over to the bar and kind of sit down in a huff. And Fed watches you guys with the narrowed eyes and draws 2 more drafts of beer for them. And the gentleman at the table just smiles warmly and waiting for you guys to sit. He's got like a silver goblet at his table that he's just kind of like weighing in his left hand.
I will. Let me check everyone's condition real quick.
Okay.
I guess seeing how they look, because yikes.
On a scale of 1 to 47, I am a 12.
As
Oh
you
my
sit
God.
down, the man kind of smiles warmly. And, now, tell me your story. It must be an interesting one. You arrived in a flash of golden light, and some of you are still sizzling from whatever you just escaped from.
That's an understatement.
Let's just say we maybe like not enough to give off what we're fighting and who we're fighting, but enough to, like, I guess, at least somewhat satisfy his curiosity.
Okay.
I can
It's
just say a dragon.
Yeah, we're adventurers. We're fighting a evil cult, and they had a dragon on the payroll. We ended up fighting it, and in a desperate situation, we ended up here.
It's not usual that people in desperate situations come here. They usually find themselves in desperate situations once they are here. Though a dragon, interesting. He kind of like looks over your party. I'm gonna... kind of like that would account for, well, the claw marks, the bleeding, a little bit of singe right here. Let me just... He waves his hand and your garments clean themselves. There, at least now the smell is gone too. So, you find yourselves in the Feywild. Interesting, interesting. And what do you plan to do now?
We're looking for some people.
He kind of just
Looking- yeah,
stares at you,
looking for
takes a
some
sip of his wine, and smiles like, yeah.
But before we go on, can we maybe get your name?
Oh. Kind of like puts his hands to his chin and scratches it a little bit. That is a little bit complicated, isn't it? Names, they have some power around here. Let's just call me Archie for right now. Your friendly neighborhood archfey. Willing to listen and potentially help if I can.
Can
Nice to
we
meet you,
insight
Mr.
that?
Archie.
Sure, go for it.
Question, he said Archfey?
Seems
Okay.
being it's like trying to read a droplet of water. You have no idea what language he's even speaking in at this moment, but you don't sense any like lying. He's just talking in a very unique way.
Mia will sit over in this chair and then just like wave at him and just, hi, I'm Mia.
Well, hello there, Mia.
Facepalm.
And
Names have a very powerful force here. Immediately gives up name. Alright, cool.
it is very nice to meet you. Well,
It's one of the things I do now.
given that I am less than comfortable giving mine, I won't ask yours, but what should I call you? Do you have a title for your little band of very desperate creatures? You are very different, aren't you? Look at this. Ages and ranges, but almost all of you somehow bear ancestry. Interesting.
Well, back home, our adventuring party is called the Wanderers of Starlight.
Wanderers will do then. So, Wanderers, who is this person you are seeking?
Well, it's two people, actually. But one is well, it's a tad difficult to explain. They're very good at hiding what they really look like. So it's very difficult to ascertain where they could be in a given situation. But another person is a very elegant looking woman. Almost always wears copper. And her dresses, hairstyle, up and just head to toe in copper. And then, this is me as a player. Yeah, we confirmed Taz is a copper dragon, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. She's the copper one because
Yeah.
Namur is brass, I think, and
Nimur's bronze. Nimur's bronze. Otari's silver, obviously.
Luthra's brass.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure I got that right.
A friend who can change what they look like. They wouldn't happen to be a changeling, would they?
Yes. Yes.
Kind of like nods. Takes a sip of his wine, his eyes closed. I may be able to help you then. However, my aid doesn't come free. And in this place, all things are a little quid pro quo, wouldn't you agree?
Shocking.
That's as a man of, as an adventurer, yes, I believe equal work should be with equal pay. So yes.
Fantastic. Then, I propose a little... I don't like to use the word test, but perchance challenge. A little bit of assurance that if I help you, you help me. So, kind of like leans forward. I take it you are unfamiliar with our lands here. Looks between each of you, kind of like... Oni and Nicholas, can you both... Well, I guess Oni, Nick, and Aerith, can you each roll me intelligence checks? It'd be either intelligence or... I'd allow nature in this one.
I'm unfamiliar with most lands.
Puzzler's wait.
It's the same for both for you, boys. It had been history, big difference.
Okay.
I'm using the Ring of Puzzler's Wit to roll at advantage.
And I'm gonna add a book charge, just add a plus 10.
Okay.
That one. Kazantai.
Bless you.
Alright, let's see. So gauging by the people you see here, you kind of take a look around, Aerith, and now that you've had a moment to not be under fire by cultists and to kind of like not let your guard down, because you wouldn't do that around Faye. Yeah, but to kind of more take in the situation, you look around and you see a lot of rustic decoration, bare rugs. There's a lot of like natural elements here. You see summer autumn and where's the other one? I think it's spring. Autumn and winter Eladrin here. And you see the humanoid type people, like the gentleman whose lap you landed in, and you look over, and as you see these two who are at the bar, and they've kind of like gotten back into their conversation, and they're laughing, and like one of them kind of like laughs, and as he does, he leans back, and for a split second, you could swear that his ears got a little longer.
Oh.
And you realize that he might be a shapeshifter. And you know that the different realms of the Feywild are inhabited by different races. The land where most shapeshifters, lycanthropes, things like that live is known as... I wrote it down so that I didn't have to forget it. Broken Stone Vale. But it's a large section of the Feywild. Like, it's a huge country within the Feywild. And as you kind of like take in, this small bar matches the physical descriptions you've heard of that area. Unfortunately for Nick and Oni, you're not really that familiar with the Feywild, and taking in these like small
26?
little
Well, yeah, I was about to say Nick got a 26.
Oh, 26.
He uses his little bonus.
The
Only
book charge,
definitely
you get a
does.
plus 10.
Yeah. Then you'd be picking up on much of the same things, Nicholas. On top of that, let's see.
But the only thing Oni's picking up on is if you said werewolves and shapeshifters, then he at least knows the court because he looked in the book about the random courts at least. But
Yep, that's true.
that's all he's got.
I don't really think there's much more. I think that pretty much is all you'd be able to insight. But both Nicholas and Aerith, Nicholas from your own studies, Aerith from your experiences and the research you've done into the Feywild. Yeah. So as he kind of like looks over each of you and asks you what you know about this land, do you tell him what you know, or are you going to play it coy?
Man, play it coy. Get as much information as possible.
Aerith?
I'll play it coy.
Okay. As you all kind of like look between each other and stay on the opposite side of the table from him, about as far away from him as you can get and still be considered sitting at this table. He smiles and goes, "Well, you found yourself in the Morning Wood." And he kind of just like puts his hands out. It's a lovely little tavern here in Sarnau, within Brokenstone Vale of the Feywild. Beyond Sarnau is a land known as the Valewater. It's a swampland that kind of sits between the borders of here and, oh god, I need the actual Feywild notes because I didn't think I'd need this. Okay. It's here at the border between Brokenstone Vale and Iluyabren, and it is home to a very unique type of flower. A celestial lotus, a dark blue lotus flower with beautiful white specks that look almost like stars on it. If you would travel to these swamplands, retrieve one of these flowers for me, intact and whole, I will help you.
I'm assuming there's dangers around it.
he
Nah.
smiles at you and goes, "There are dangers in this very room. You are to be surrounded by danger the entire time you're here. I would be careful."
Mia leans over to this person right here and she's like, "Even you? Are you dangerous?"
The helmet kind of just like shifts over towards you, and you can't even see a face hidden behind the shadow of it, and then it shifts back towards like it's like it turns to the right and then it goes back to its nothing box stare.
Huh. Seems fine.
Well, I would accept your offer, sir, but first things first, can we add somewhere to safely rest and recover? Because unfortunately, we will not be able to secure that flower at this current point in time. We try again at first light, but as we are now, we won't be able to effectively secure and complete your request.
I understand. You need a little bit of rest. You need to patch your wounds, heal up. Absolutely. Take all the time you need. Again, I just need to see if you all have the potential that I kind of like looks at each of you. One thing I had forgot to mention. At this point, actually, it'll be Oni. At this point, Oni, you're kind of like watching him, and you watch his eyes, and his eyes drift down to your left hand, and you kind of like look down, and on the back of your left hand, on the outside of your clothing, you see this very faint golden sword, just kind of not illuminated, but slightly glowing, almost like a projection on the backside of your hand. And as you see him look at it, you look over at your allies, and each of them has this golden sword on the back of their left hand. He goes, "At least the potential I hope you have."
Does anybody else notice it? Like,
Is it on the ethereal plane?
No, it's on the physical plane.
Okay.
As you kind of like notice it, Oni, and like lift your hand up and look at it and study it, just kind of nonchalantly, you each kind of look down and you each notice it on your own hands as well.
Neat.
So,
Uh.
you need a place to stay. I find myself a beloved guest in a wonderful tavern. So, there are rooms upstairs. I will accommodate them for you. Get your rest, heal up, do what you need to do. And if you wish to take on my challenge on the morrow, we can do that. But remember, or maybe not remember, you should know, there is no first light here. It is this. And he kind of like puts his hands out, and the shutters in the windows behind him open, and you look out and you see this like beautiful twilight mid-evening light to the sky, where the sky is this arrangement of oranges and purples and blues and all sorts of colors along that side of the spectrum, but you don't really see a sun. So, rest as long as you need. See me when you're ready. Explore Sarnau if you'd like. Again, I'm in no rush. We are on your timetable. I'm just so... He kind of like swishes the goblet. Curious.
Do I know anything about this flower he's asking us to search for?
With a 26, you would. It is extremely rare, and it has... you would know that it has unresearched magical potentials because it's a rare flower that only grows within the Feywild. It hasn't been subject to a lot of scrutiny, but it is believed that it has arcane essence, like kind of within it.
Like if someone eats it, they get supercharged or something like that.
It's one of the
I'm getting
theories. Yeah.
Okay.
Now that I say that out loud, now I'm concerned.
Nah.
Come on now.
Do
Yeah,
you
what
also,
happened?
do you also have food that is like regular food that we can eat, or is it special food and maybe we shouldn't?
We have food. It is the food of the Feywild, so it is within itself a little mercurial, but it should sustain you, and given the right protections, shouldn't cause you any harm.
Like a bib? Like if you spill it on yourself?
God just chuckles, shakes his head, and sips his wine. That would help, yes.
So hopefully, this. Only's kind of guessing here, but thinking kind of points at the little glowy swords we got. That might be the protection from the wish sword, right? So maybe we're good, hopefully.
We could try.
Very well, sir. We will take you up on your assistance with rest and lodging. We'll try to get some good rest and prep to leave as soon as possible.
Very well. Then allow me to make the accommodations. And he just kind of like raises his hand in the air and gets Fed's attention, who kind of like clatters across the floor, his hooves just clacking across the wooden floor here, and he stands like almost towering up over Nicholas and looking down. What? These fine adventurers are going to need rooms for the evening. Would you mind seeing that they have a couple of the rooms upstairs set aside for them? He kind of like narrows his eyes. If they break anything, it's on your head. Turns around and goes, of course, of course.
Also, can I have some food?
Fine. Fine. Heads back over to his bar.
How much does it cost?
Oh, we don't use money like in your world. We are a barter system, so don't worry about it. I'll take care of Fed. You take care of the flower, and then hopefully we can help each other solve our mutual problems, yes?
Very well, sir. Thank you. I guess we'll hang out until the rooms are ready, or if there's rooms already ready, we'll make our way up.
Okay. Well, the rooms aren't ready yet, but as you kind of like sit around the table, he sips his wine and stares at you and goes, "Did we have more to discuss? There are other tables available if you wanted to get a little privacy." He smiles warmly and genially.
We'll take you up on that offer. I see this table is open.
Yeah, there's you could have another chair there, or they'll bring a chair out. This was a good map, so.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll cordially bow. Yeah, thank you, sir. We'll take our leave, and then, like I said, once we're rested and prepped, we'll go out and try to complete your request. And then Ken will start walking. I guess he'll signal, he'll like look at everyone, I guess have them get ready to follow him back to the table.
Okay. You guys head over there. A type of thick meat stew with a hunk of bread is brought for each of you to just enjoy and kind of nosh on for dinner. Anything you guys wanted to discuss while your rooms are being prepared, or?
I immediately turn to Mia.
Hello.
Okay, Mia. Now I'm
Mhm.
not sure if you remember our conversations from before, back at the Adventure Guild. You remember our research about the Feywild, about how our
Mm,
names are very important and we shouldn't give them out too quickly.
I don't remember that, no.
Okay, all right. So, as a refresh, names hold very special meaning, and in some cases can have power over their owners. So you have to be very careful about giving out your name from now on, okay?
Like, if they say my name and they can tell me what they want me to do, and I'll do it. Because that works for most people. Like, if they ask me to do stuff, I'll do it.
Okay. Yeah, you have to be very mindful of people, in regards to that, because they might not have your best intentions at heart. Okay, so you have to, I guess, try to read people's intent, and you can choose to go along with their request, or you can say no. You have to have
Okay.
some form. What's the word? Boundary.
Caution.
You need to set some boundaries when people make requests.
Okay.
Okay.
So then how am I supposed to introduce myself? Because that's the only name I know.
I kind of like, not like cough, but like, clear his throat. So next time when someone asks for your name, give them the name Annalise. Until we leave here, your name is Annalise. Okay?
Okay. Sounds good.
Say it.
Annalise.
Say it.
Annalise.
Annalise. Okay. I'm gonna write that down.
And you guys should also probably make up some aliases as well.
I already got
I,
one.
What are you working with there?
I will say it when I have to say it.
Or not, Aerith. Wink.
I just give me a dead stare. Anyway,
It's gonna be Ferris.
no. If I actually knew how to stream on Twitch, I would clip that and just send it to Chekhov.
Ferris.
Ferris. Oh, so many F names.
So, what do you want to be called, Nicholas? And she just like whispers your name really quietly.
I'm just going to be a simple gnome.
That seems
Anyone?
like a mouthful to say.
Just gnome. It works.
Gnome.
No.
Okay. And what about you? Looks to Oni.
Oh, he's just got the chuckle to the fact that he's just gnome now. I don't know. I wander a lot. Just call me Wander while we're here.
Wow, this is confusing. Okay. And you can.
William.
Big Dave.
Williams is fine.
William.
I like it.
Oh boy.
So, as a reminder, while we're here, my name is William. Your
Okay.
name is Annalise.
Mm-hmm.
Gnome.
No. Wander. And
Arcus.
Marcus?
Arcus.
Arcus.
Okay.
I need to write things down.
So I'm doing that too. I mean, it's not a bad idea.
Right.
That's why I said no, because it was simple enough. I'm like, I'm gonna remember that.
Right? That's the only one that she does know is gnome. But wonder. Gnome.
Because usually they go by titles, and I don't know if any of us have titles.
Well,
I will be the fistful.
technically.
The fistful.
Punchy.
As you guys kind of like chow down into the stew, it does have a strange taste to it. It's not bad. In fact, I'd say for most of you, it tastes like it's like having home cooked meal that you haven't had in a long time. Like you went home after being gone for like 20 years, and mom made the meatloaf that she has always made when you were a kid. There's like this primal part of your brains that's just like, this is good. It has a bit of a spice to it, like almost like a kick, kind of like but not like pepper, more like a heavy nutmeg or like something like that, where it's just kind of like it punches almost out of nowhere, but it's good. For Ken, it doesn't have that like inherent familiarity, but I guess Ken and Mia, but it does have it does taste good, and it sustains you, and you don't feel like you're being poisoned or mind controlled by your soup.
That's good. Mia
But
is also very careful not to spill it on herself. At all.
Okay. Roll me a dexterity check.
Oh, no.
I'm just curious. Just
Dexterity.
gotta know.
2.
I knew it was going to be a natural one. I knew. So as you guys look over, Mia is like leaned over, and she's barely getting like half a spoonful of soup to her mouth before she's like, okay. She's trying so hard not to spill it that she's barely able to eat it.
Oh dear. Like, I'll help her.
Okay. Eventually, you guys find yourselves fed, full. The tavern keeper fed clacks back over to your table, kind of like narrows his eyes at you guys again, and that same like, and informs you that the rooms upstairs are ready. That if you just follow these stairs, the 2 rooms first on the right are yours, and that you guys can make yourselves comfortable. There are 3 beds in each, so there should be a spare. If you guys divide it up, and you can head for your long rest whenever you wish.
Long rest.
Well, everyone ready to get some shut-eye? Because holy shit.
It's
I'm ready.
fine.
Resting.
All right. As
I'll
you
have to sleep.
divvy yourselves up between your 2 rooms, find yourselves in comfortable beds, some of you alone, some of you with companion. You take comfort in the fact that you're back in at least some sort of civilization, in a relatively safe space, and in a actually warm and soft bed. The lack of the feeling of moving wind, but the kind of like moving air in this building itself is comforting, and it doesn't feel like you're exposed to the elements like you had been in the Underdark on the mountainside. And you pretty much fall asleep as soon as you hit the beds. You crash out. I'd say Oni's probably the only one who at this point is feeling pretty
Fine.
okay. Yeah. And a lot of that is divine magic from
Energized.
freedom that has been like surged into your body to heal your wounds and revigorate you. So there is still a little bit of like that physical tightness, that tenseness in your muscles of just weariness, where they could work and you wouldn't be hindered by them, but your body's been through it today. You guys trance off, fall asleep. You can all take your long rests as nothing happens.
Yay.
Yeah.
You awaken
Sleep.
the next morning. Aerith and Oni, you technically awaken earlier than everyone else, about 4 hours in. Is there anything you guys wanted to do in these 4 hours while the rest of your party is finishing their long rest?
I'm going to make some cards.
Okay.
Ooh.
And I'm gonna try and infuse one with magic.
Okay.
I'm trying to do cartomancer.
Okay. So are you working on the feat?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
I'm gonna use Ring of Puzzlers. Wait, can I?
No, not on this
Oh,
one.
okay.
I'm not going to give you advantage on your training
Damn
check.
it.
Sorry.
Also, since there's no technically like dawn, do the dawn ones still?
Yes.
Regenerate?
So they do regenerate. The way that we'll do it is essentially at the end. It'll happen at the end of your long rests.
Mhm.
But you'll still be only able to benefit from a long rest once every quote unquote day. So you can't just like keep
Yeah.
wake up,
Sleeping.
work for an hour, and go back to sleep. But that's 1d6, Aerith. As you take out your cards and you take out your arcane parchment that you use for your spells, and you start to you cut out little bits of them and kind of like double layer them and use your prestidigitation to kind of merge them together to bind them so that they're a little bit thicker. You take out your nice inks and draw it out, and you can draw the physical like identity of the card without any problems at all. That's the easy part. But when you get to the imbuing of the magic, it's trickier. You've really only seen enchanters and artificers imbue objects with magic, and those skills are pretty specialized. You have a rough idea of how it should work, but kind of like working through the kinks is going to be a trial and error process. Anything for you, Oni?
Yeah, my laptop crashed, so it'll be a second
no.
before I'll be able to like roll for it. But he's gonna once he's fully rested and ready to go, he's gonna close his eyes and kind of like focus in on his other senses, because I want to start working on blind fighting now, and
Okay.
just start the foundation of not relying on sight to understand what's going on.
Okay.
So like trying to pick up what's going on in the tavern below and the goings on.
All right. When you get back in, roll me a wisdom check, but it's just a straight wisdom.
Okay.
Get Robert to help you. He has blind fighting stuff.
Yeah, easy.
Anybody else, since you guys are doing your morning trainings?
Ooh, yes.
Hey. It's your intelligence check. I think that one is 3d6. 22.
Yeah, I really want to try getting not sure if I'll be able to do defensive fighter, because I don't want to make too much noise and cause a ruckus.
It's up to you.
I guess I could do meditations now, and then once we're like out in like less crowded areas, I'll try to
Okay.
go on defensive fighter.
Yeah, you can do that. Go ahead, roll me your wisdom check. So you kind of like weigh the pros and cons of doing physical training within a tavern populated by other people. You kind of sit down and close your eyes, reaching for that well power within your own soul. And as you do, you find it. You find yourself emerging into this tumultuous platinum space, and as you look around, you don't see any points of light. You don't sense anything. But at the very edge, like, so, because it's not physical, but essentially what's happening, you're in the center of a hurricane. Like, imagining that. At the outer edge of that hurricane, or maybe somewhere inside the hurricane itself, you feel almost like there's a bubble. Like there's a barrier. But it doesn't make any sense, and with a 5, unfortunately, you come out of your meditations more confused than you went into it.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. That was concerning, but guess with that done, I am going to swap my armor back to Guardian.
Okay.
Hey, at least you didn't get mind blasted with psychic damage for trying it, you know? That could be worse. It happened to... You didn't try to send a message, which was good.
That's true. Oh! Message! We should try to attempt that once we're out in the field.
Yeah, maybe it'll actually get through this time. Since, you know, we're not on the other side of a Gordian knot of temporal shenanigans and multiple Feywilds.
I summoned Todd back.
All right. You
Oh, my frog.
spend some time summoning Todd, and as he kind of like shoop into existence around you, there's this like, so when in my mind, when they're summoned, they kind of like materialize out of the energy. And for fey creatures, like say feathers, the energy is very colorful. It's very, you know, radiant, and it's all the colors of the rainbow, like the Feywild. Whereas because Todd is technically a celestial, if I remember correctly from what we did, he is from Mechanus. So as you summon him out, there's these like little gray sparks that kind of like come into the air and turn almost like gears, and as they fly into each other, and there's like they assemble, and then there's a toad.
Todd,
Whoa.
assemble.
Whoa, Todd's the Celestial?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only says, hey, it's Celestial. What's up, Todd? I didn't realize.
Hi, Oni. Yes. Nicholas. Actually, sorry, no. He doesn't speak to you. Sorry. He looks up at Nicholas. And goes, Nicholas, I wasn't expecting to see you here. Where are we?
We are in the Feywild. Apparently, we're taking a detour to look for the companions.
Kind of like looks up at you, and jumps left a little bit, kind of like spins around and goes, right. Should I know who they are?
I'm pretty sure Todd's met everyone here.
Kind of like looks at you and gives you like tilts his head a little bit to the right and goes, very well then, Nicholas, you're the one in charge. Whatever you need from me. And he jumps onto your shoulders and kind of just like
Yeah, Todd's met
frogs
everyone,
around.
right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah. I don't know. Alright. Put him under my head again.
Is this a new version of Todd? Has he got, like, new firmware that made him forget everything from before? What's happening?
New Todd who dis.
Yeah, you didn't.
Todd, do you not remember everyone?
Kind of like pokes his head out from under your hat and goes, no, I don't believe I've ever met these people, but you know, if you trust them, then I trust you. Retreats back into your hat.
Okay, well, while we're here, they have aliases, so that's Annalise, Arcus, William, Wanderer, and I'm Gnome.
Right. Right.
He's like, sure, you
What is
weirdo.
Todd's alias gonna be?
I shall be
Toad.
Talk. Toad.
Todd.
I like Toad. I was trying to think of like TikTok, like clock. You know, Toad.
The toad and the gnome.
The Toad and the Gnome. I like it.
Oh, yeah.
All right. How's your? Oh, I actually just saw your name disappear out of Roll20. So.
Yeah, it should be just a second.
Yeah. No rush. I'm just.
Mia uses her morning trainings to waylay Ken as much as possible from forcing her to get her out of bed. Because it's the first time in a while we've been in a nice bed, and so it's comfy.
It is. It is.
Anna, come on, get up. We gotta get ready.
No.
No.
Ken is just gonna pick her up, like,
Oh,
grab, like, under the armpits, like, up, like.
cheater. It's not fair.
Well, who knows? Maybe if we can get this request done, we can come back, and then you could just lay in bed all day, as a reward.
It's a treat.
I mean, I would take it, man.
I feel like that's pretty unlikely given the fact that most of the things that we do take a long time.
Well, I guess the sooner we get out of here, the sooner we can try to get it done.
Fine.
Any chance we can check
Yes.
on my mother?
Oh, right. I guess so. Yes.
Can we hold off? Can we hold off on that before we can like leave before we start opening it up? Because
She's gonna starve to death
I
by
have
the
time.
time we see her.
yeah, eyes and ears and all that jazz.
So not here yet, or like after we leave?
Well, hold up. Let me backtrack. Arif, this is your mother. How do you want us to handle this? Do you want us to check on her now, or after we leave?
Well, how long are we gonna take?
I was just saying, as soon as we leave here and get somewhere, like less conspicuous, we'll open up the demi-plane to check on her.
Guess elsewhere, with less prying eyes
That we know of.
that we know of.
That would be 2d6 Oni.
So I like how it consisted of we gotta wake me up and then my mom.
I was wondering if you guys were going to
It's
think about it.
fine. She's fine, I'm sure.
All right. So, what is the plan as you guys head down? The tavern itself is almost identically populated, as I don't feel like moving the tokens around.
No one has moved.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of this constant. It's a very popular tavern, the Morning Wood. Everybody loves Morning Wood. It's the actual name of.
Of course it is.
This was the name that was given to me by a tavern name generator, the
Yeah.
Morning Wood.
I mean, I
Should've
feel like that would make
questioned it.
sense in the Feywild because they would find it
Right.
hilarious.
Right. So I'm just loving the name. But you head down, you get yourself a little bit of breakfast from Fed, who seems a little bit less perturbed today. He's still not polite, but he's at least not angry.
Is Archie still in his corner? Sorry, you were probably just going to say
He's
that.
still in his corner. The same person who was there. It looks like they've left and come back in the time that you guys have been resting. They're wearing different clothing, but he has returned to his haunt. And as you kind of come down the stairs, he does look up towards you guys, and you could see him clock you, but it's not like he waves to you or anything. He just sees you guys come down into the main tavern and then goes back to
Mia
his...
will wave to him.
He'll wave back. He'll like raise one hand and like extend like 2 fingers and like half extend the others and like give a very half-hearted wave.
So I guess once we're done with breakfast, I guess let's just go ahead and just knock this out. Just get it over with.
Do we know where we're going?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we need to confirm where.
Okay.
Where the I guess where his information, I guess, last reported the flower to be.
Okay. So you head over to Archie's table and ask. He smiles. Of course, yes, that is actually what we were working on while you rested. It's getting you a little bit of a... Oh man, do I hate the terms maps. They don't really
Maps!
work
I love
around here.
maps!
You won't love these because they don't work. The land is very alive. It likes to change, but I do believe I have found the current route to the Vale Waters. Now, within the Vale Waters that's its own game. You'll have to find the flower itself, although it does tend to grow in clusters near the center. So just keep heading towards the deeper waters in the middle, and nothing gets too deep. It is a swamp, not a lake, so nothing beyond your shoulders, I'm sure.
Maybe mine.
You might want to stand on someone's shoulders, my little friend, but aside from that, you all should be fine. Let's see, what else? The trees tend to grow denser and larger the closer you get to the center of the Vale Waters, but aside from that, it all shifts around and changes, so I couldn't say to follow this road and then turn left at the Red Orchard. There is no such thing. However, he kind of like takes out a sheaf of parchment that was hastily drawn like out of like quill and ink. This is at least a map of Sarnau and the surrounding areas leading to the Vale Water, so you'll at least know the direction you're going. You'll want to orient yourself before leaving the town, so I recommend doing a circle to get an idea as to how the map's laid out, because it looks between all of you again. There's no north, so have fun with that. But yes, I don't want you all to think that I'm sending you to your deaths. I wouldn't be asking you to do this if I didn't think you were capable. I just need to make sure.
Think we can do that just fine. It's just a flower.
That's the spirit, Mia. It's just a flower.
Actually, my name is Annalise now.
I see. Annalise. Understood.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll, I guess, take a look at the sheet of parchment, try to commit it to memory.
Okay.
Then, I guess we'll get this show on the road.
Okay, so the map itself, it looks like a standard city map. You've got like the normal buildings, and he's marked the building that you guys are at right now, the Morning Wood, and it's in the center of the map, and there's marked a few of like the other buildings outlier of it, you know, like blacksmiths, this is a tanner's hut, places that you'd be able to like recognize as you were going around the town, but a lot of the town is just not filled in because he doesn't need to draw in everyone's houses and streets and stuff.
And this is Billy Bob's house.
Right. The thing that is the strangest to you, Ken, is that there is no compass rose. So there is no north. And as you kind of like take it in hand and step out of the tavern to hit the road on with his well wishes kind of waving you off into the twilight early evening, late afternoon of the Feywild, you realize that there's something missing, something that's been there your whole life. This feeling of that way is north. You go that way to go north. North is that way. You go north that way. It has no idea. It's like spinning, and then
Oh,
you're
no.
like, and then you think, what time is it? And you look up, and you see no sun. You see no moon.
No, no.
You see no stars.
Ken is
And
blind.
your brain kind of schisms a bit as you realize you have no idea what time it is. For the first time in years, you don't know what time it is. You don't know where you are, and you don't know which way is north, which is all a little, I assume, unsettling.
Oh, no.
Ken's over here having an existential crisis. And
Right.
Oni, Nick, and Eric. Oh, this is pretty comfy.
Yeah, yeah. For you guys, there's this like familiar smell in the air of. It's almost like dew on grass, and it just has this very beautiful, fresh smell, and everything around here just seems perfectly natural. If not more perfectly natural than perfectly natural could be. Hey, don't nudge me.
Well, this ain't good.
Actually, while you guys discuss your next step, I'm going to take 5 minutes and feed my dog so that she leaves me alone. I'll be right back.
Placate the beast.
Boy, I'm already not liking this place.
Yeah, what you talking about?
What gave you that
It's
idea?
fine.
In and out, 2-minute
Nothing can
adventure,
go
right?
wrong.
Right? Yeah.
We just gotta go pick a flower in a swamp.
Take the flower. Bring it back. He tells us where our friends are. Easy peasy.
How are we gonna track down the flower? Because I don't think we want to use augury every 10 seconds.
Well, now that we're in the Feywild, Arcus over here could summon feathers and might be able to help us track it down since it's like his whole jam, right? That's
was
where
gonna
he's
say, like,
from.
His home turf. Maybe he knows.
I
He
mean,
talks
the
to the owl.
Fae is always shifting. Even if he did know where it was at some point, it's not going to be there again.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm almost positive he would at least have some sort of inclination to be able to be like, hey, if we see it, we might not even know that's it.
I mean, it's a very distinct flower from the understanding of it.
Could we possibly use the spell locate object?
If you have it.
Alright,
Maybe.
I'm back.
Let's read the description of the spell first.
What are we doing?
Describe or name an object that is familiar to you.
This locate object?
Mm-hmm.
I think it needs to be within 1,000 feet.
It does.
Yeah.
But that is a good way to it. I would say it's familiar enough to you, having been given a description of it, that once you get close enough, that could be a good way to pinpoint it in.
As long as it's not located in a pile of lead.
I highly doubt that metal's gonna be in
Right.
here.
You never know.
So, who is leading the way? Who is going to follow the map and lead the trek through the Feywilds?
Not
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, I was gonna say the obvious option is usually Ken, but maybe not so much right now.
Yeah, I'm kinda-
Oni?
You're an elf. You know where we're going, right?
Yeah, sure, I'll give the old college a try.
Okay, roll me a survival check.
Oh, I forgot to roll my longsword charges. I don't remember the roll for it. Yeah.
The map is crude, and the kind of lack of terrain landmarks makes it difficult to make kind of like make it out, make headway as to how you're supposed to follow it. However, this area is still kind of innately familiar to you in a way that you didn't expect, as you've never, I don't think Oni's ever traveled here before. You do a lap of Sarnau, kind of taking in the buildings here to get an idea as to how the map is laid out and the direction you need to leave from. Finding the kind of path that had been indicated and leaving town from, if the map is oriented with this north, then you kind of left out of like the northeast, just a little bit off to the right, and off into the Feywilds themselves. Leaving the town, the brush around you starts to grow denser and denser, and while there is kind of this winding, circuitous path, you find yourselves having to push through brambles and other types of foliage that have just overgrown or have fallen down over the paths as you follow this kind of twisting forest trail for about an hour or two. Can somebody roll me a d20?
Who did it the last few times?
Who's feeling lucky?
I did it last time, but I'm always down to roll dice. So it's up to you guys.
I'll give it a shot.
Hell yeah,
It's also
go for it.
fair to say that you guys are now pretty far outside of town, given that you've walked for a couple hours. You've probably put about 15 miles or so between you and the town.
We don't look back and the town's just like right behind us, is it? We're not getting caught in some kind of loop, are we?
No. As you look back over your shoulder a couple times, expecting to loop back around, and it feels like you should. Like, there's a point in this path where you take a left, and then immediately it's like another left, and then immediately it feels like it's another left, and then it's immediately... but you don't cross over your own path. So there's all sorts of disorientation happening, but you do seem to be getting away from the town, and you can hear in the distance the kind of like general murmur of population grow quieter and quieter as you get further and further away.
Well, I guess if we can find a nice, like, semi-open space, I'm gonna try to get Fistic Fighter knocked out. We can also check on Era's mom as well.
All right.
As long as we have a flat, solid surface.
Yeah. Roll me a perception or investigation check. Your choice, Ken.
Perception.
Okay. As you follow Oni's trail and kind of like try to make sense of all the directions that you're following with your internal compass being completely haywire, it's almost like vertigo, like a very, very light motion sickness. But you look around and you guys do see through a copse of trees a nice clearing with a fairly large like vertical stone in the center of it that could be used to draw the door on and has enough room for you to practice in.
I guess we'll have defibrillators, potions at the ready.
Ambulance ready to run in.
Wee. Okay. And you cast the demiplane?
Yep. Set that up, go over there, and turn to Aerith and just like, alright, I'm gonna do that, and open the door.
I go through, check on my mother.
I need to check one thing first. Before you do that.
Oh no, she actually is dead.
How long can somebody live with... No, I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
Well, I know it's like 3 to 5 days no water and like 3 weeks no food.
It depends how much body fat you could go. If you have a lot of fat on you, you can go quite a while.
Yeah, she doesn't.
The elf?
Have you seen Fauna? She's fucking hot, man. Takashi knew. Okay. Okay, so Mia, as you cast out the spell, you're expecting to connect to a room that you had created before. That room isn't there. Do you create the room?
Like it would be creating a new demiplane?
That's what it feels like. As you cast the spell, it's given that that critical junction point of the spell, and as you reach out, it feels like the demiplane's not there.
Oh no.
Is it casted or wasted at this point? Because if it is, if I can't like stop the spell from being expended, then yeah, I'll just cast it. But
Yeah, at this point, the magic has been imbued, so you expend it, the door manifests. You see this like look of consternation on Mia's face halfway through as she's like casting out the spell. This confusion, shakes her head and finishes the spell. The door manifests. Aerith, you barge in to an empty room.
My mother is
There are no blankets piled on the floor, no bedrolls, no things left behind by Mia and Ken, and no Afalna.
My mother isn't here.
yeah, about that. I guess it wouldn't be good news, but I tried to do it to our regular room and I couldn't find it.
What
I
do
don't know
you
if it's just
mean
'cause-
you couldn't find it.
Well, I looked for it and I know what the room is like because I made it. But it wasn't there. Which, like, I don't know if it matters that we're on a different plane.
Oh, what I
maybe?
know?
Roll me Arcana.
I am good at this.
You are very good.
Usually. With my plus 17.
A 28. 28's pretty knowledgeable. You've studied the demiplane spell extensively. It creates a pocket plane attached to one of the other greater planes, and then it kind of sits outside but connected to that plane. It can be accessible from any plane, and normally it exists almost like its own individual plane. But it is physically or multiversally attached to one of the planes, like a bubble at the edge of a bubble. But it should be, under all normal circumstances, accessible regardless of where you are in the multiverse.
I'm assuming the time shenanigans is what's throwing it off then.
Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
I mean that's good though, right? It's not like she just vanished then, because that would be infinitely worse than your mom just hanging out in a locked room that she might not be able to walk out of herself.
She should be still there, as far as I
Can
know.
she survive?
It
You know.
depends on the time in which we return. If she didn't find a way out herself.
But we don't even know if the collar is off. She won't be able to cast spells.
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Aurora.
I mean, maybe when he died, his
This
magic
time?
went away.
We don't know that.
You can hope.
See,
We can't do anything about it now, so best.
We don't know that, but we don't know that it's not.
I'm almost
Right?
tempted to just go back to Lentir and buy a demiplane scroll.
Can you get back to Lintier?
I was gonna say I don't even know if we can get.
It took Wish to get us here. I don't think there's much going back until we sort this out, unfortunately. So, while I understand the distress you are in, being that your mother is in danger, we kind of have to keep pressing forward and handle what's ahead of us.
I mean, she's in the least amount of danger that she could be. besides, like,
But she could starve.
yeah. It,
Dehydration, bigger issue,
but at least it's by, like, normal people versions and she
That's
won't
not
get
making
murdered.
it feel better.
So
Um,
here's the thing though, because we know that currently there's a lot of weird stuff going on with the Feywild, even more than normal. There's a good chance we're operating in a time frame that exists outside of the normal time. So we should probably hurry, but there might be a chance that not a lot of time is passing on the material for us right now.
Well, I will give a theory. It could be completely wrong. Is that we're in a time before that she made the dimension because there was nothing in it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's like hopefully something like that, because it also would kind of help explain why Todd doesn't know any of
Well,
us.
put
even
some
though he
food and
saw all
water
of
in
us.
here, actually. So just in case we don't get back in time, like in the weird time dilation, when we put her in there, there's food and water in there. You never know.
here's 1 cup of water and a piece of bread, and hopefully it gets to you.
Doesn't hurt to try.
Eric is just completely stressed.
Yep. I'm so sorry. I know you've been messaging me this week, and I'm like, he's got to get to the game. He's got to get to the game. He's got to get to the game.
Well, here. Okay, so we'll leave a water skin in there and a couple rations, and then you can just write a note and be like, "Hey, sorry if you get this sometime, and we'll be back and let you out in a little bit."
I was gonna, depending on how soon it is or how much of a time difference, even if this works, the water could be dry.
Yeah, as soon as you mention time, I was like, do we have any way to put something that's preserved in there? That way it lasts, doesn't just a brick and an empty cup.
Rations last a long time, right? Put a Cliff Bar in there.
I wouldn't
Some
wish a
beef
Cliff
jerky.
Bar on my worst enemy. Are you kidding me?
They're not
kinda
They're
like
not bad.
that
Yeah, they're not
bad.
bad if you need to
Aren't
just.
Cliff Bars like?
They're not great
Yeah.
for you, but
No.
they're not
Cliff
terrible.
Bars are nice.
They're I will die on this hill. Cliff Bars are awful.
Okay,
You can't eat one without getting everywhere.
You're
They're
not
better
talking
than
about
those
the nature
nature-
brooms.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nature
I
Valley
think
bar.
the Nature Valley.
Distant
Okay,
Great.
Yeah, I think you're talking about Nature Valley, those bars. The Cliff Bars are like
They're more
chewy.
soft.
really chewy.
Yeah, they're like a soft, chewy.
No, I'm specifically talking. I mean, don't get me wrong; those other ones are not good either. But no, I am not. I will not hear Cliff Bars are good.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, we're
I
not
feel
saying
that
that
way
they're
about
good.
Brooklyn.
I'm saying that they're fine.
They're good when I can't eat any other food.
Yeah, like a
Emergency
desert.
Yeah.
rations.
Basically, we need to get a move on then, so that we can
Yes.
try to
Yeah.
get this
Well,
under
either-
control and get
Either way,
his mom saved.
yeah.
Give him a
Mia-
first strike bar. You know what? First strike bar. Those things never go bad.
Oh god damn it!
Flashbacks for Ken.
Actually, I found one in an old Humvee. We don't know how old it was because the
Ew.
last deployment was like years ago, and I ate it. It was
Oh,
so good. It was still good.
Oh,
Like, chocolate flavored first strike bar. Let's see if it's still good. It was.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Get her one of those.
Regardless of time shenanigans and wondering whether it'll still be good, Mia will still leave some food and water and a little note
Okay.
in there before
Always better
the
safe than
hour is
sorry.
up. Great.
She can eat the note.
Yeah.
All right.
Gimme.
Were you going to do your defensive fighting training, Ken?
swear to God, Nicholas,
Yeah.
I'm gonna punch you to the next realm.
Go ahead.
We can get someone to revive her. Worst
That's
case
1d6.
scenario.
He's got a lot on his mind. Unfortunately, this recent revelation. It's a good roll though.
Oh, yeah.
This recent
Could be a
revelation
lot
has
worse.
prompted many confusing and worrying thoughts. But make progress on your training. Anything else anyone wanted to do during the short rest?
It's fine, Aurora. You'll just find her, and then you can true resurrect her, and then you guys will be even, right? She did it for you.
I mean, she might not be able to reply, but sending could still work across planes. Maybe, depending on shenanigans.
Like, yeah, like doesn't it not connect if they're dead though? So that you could try it, and then you'll know if she's dead. Whether that'll help you mentally or not, but
Well, I don't know even if it will work because of the whole time shenanigan.
And there's also the chance you hit that wall that literally everyone else has been hitting and take a little bit of psychic damage, get a little bit of a nosebleed in real quick.
I mean, what's a little bit of psychic
Fine.
damage?
I mean, it depends who you're talking to.
I'll try ascending to my mother to see if it'll connect.
Mother, are you alive?
reply yes or no, please.
We can't help you, but we're giving you
Time is a
moral
weird soup. What do you say, Aerith?
I'm sorry that you're locked in a weird demiplane. I hope you're okay. We'll try and get you out as soon as possible.
Okay.
Don't starve
Don't worry about it.
or die dehydration.
Roll me a d20.
Oh boy.
What was it? I'm
Oh,
sorry
no.
you're locked in a weird
Oh, no.
plane.
That's the only thing you can roll for it not to go through.
You reach out and you feel
I
the
like how you started to
interplanar.
ask.
You feel the interplanar interference, but you don't feel that same kind of reverberation that you did when you were trying to send to Rose. You just feel as though this sending is lost to the ether. And you know that there is about a 5% risk when attempting to send things on another plane that this could happen.
Don't worry, nobody will go rescue her.
Wah, wah.
He's on the case.
Yep. He just has to fix the interdimensional portal on his own.
Oh yeah,
Easy.
you could try again.
This guy's got all the time.
I'll try my sister because I didn't tell her anything yet.
Okay. Go ahead
I
and
got her out of one bad situation, but now she's slowly starving to death.
Mom's
Alright.
fine. Don't worry about it. And she'll be like, what?
go for it. Sending while I write it, because I need to be able to see what you say.
Was able to rescue Mother, but placed her in a demiplane, not in the Dale Lands. I don't know how many words that is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. That is 13 words.
Currently in Feywild, time is weird. Soup.
Roll me a d20.
Roll another one.
Can't get
Don't.
another that one,
God damn
can
it.
you?
Ah.
Okay, it's 4.
You really tried though.
Maybe I
You
should
really
stop
did.
with
Made a
the
good effort.
automatic rolls on the dice thing. Maybe I should just start typing everything. Sometimes I
2,
hate
3,
it.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ha, nice. Alright. Because I think Aurora's reactions are better if I whisper him the sentence.
Oh. I hate you.
That's the response you get. You feel the sending connect. You feel that familiar presence of your sister in your mind. You
fucking
hear her
damn it.
voice in your mind.
Sounds like a good sign.
I'm sure everything's going good.
I
Yeah.
hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this.
Uh-huh.
But you were actually able to talk to your sister, right?
Yes, but
Mhm.
something is weird.
How do you mean?
As in,
Weirder than already weird?
wait, we had a different time, so you contacted like a younger or older version of her?
A younger.
Love
Because
to
she's
see
saying
it.
that Mother is still in Lintier,
Oh, that's brilliant.
and she's questioning when I learned sending.
That's
Oh,
fine.
lovely.
Okay, so here's what you do. Tell her, send another link. Tell her to tell your mom to always keep some kind of stash of food or water hidden. That way, when she eventually
You're like in 20 years' time,
Got
you'll
it.
have food and water.
Make sure your prison packet's always stashed.
yeah, exactly.
I don't have the spell slots for this shit.
To be fair,
Sure you
hold
do.
on. I can maybe contact another wizard and have him be like, hey, like, what year is it? And then in this year, at this time, I need you to do this.
Hang on. What if we do one? What if you contact yourself and
Oh,
that
no.
time?
Oh no.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, that's dangerous.
No.
Yeah, I feel like
But
But
that's
I
here's the-
could do
here-
so much fun stuff with that.
Here's the thing. How do you know you did? Have you
That
did
is
you
true.
did you think about the implications of you might have actually talked to yourself before already?
Yeah. Oh no.
I don't like this anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think you ever like. I don't think you liked it from the moment that Malcolm told you that your mom was kidnapped. You were just. It's a problem. I get it. I understand.
But what would I tell myself? Is the question.
In 25 words or less. Remember.
Exactly.
Someday someone will do demiplane around you and put food and water in there. Don't worry about why.
So, okay, so you pretty much want me to be like, hey, at some time, there is a demiplane, put food and water.
Start
And then I can probably say Wanderers of Starlight as well, because that will be
start sending back the different formulas for your custom spells that you've developed.
Oh
to like speed up my learning.
yeah. Create a fucking where you're more prepped.
Oh no.
Even if we fuck up in this timeline, there's at least another timeline where she's fine. You know, easy.
It's like, I know a little time magic, and I already know time magic is really. There's
Sure,
a reason
fine.
you don't mess with it a lot.
Nah, I'm
That's
sure it's
that's exactly why we need to mess with it.
All right.
No,
so-
but I don't. If we're having time problems, then that means we can't reliably. I guess if you can send one more time, Aerith, it might be worth testing if it's gonna like reach that same point in time for them, or if you're gonna get sent to a different time when you send it, just to see where we stand. If things are like static for us and it'll be this time frame, or if it's variable when you send, you know?
1 second. It's 25 words, right?
Nicholas, it's me, Nicholas.
Let's ask questions.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So I got okay.
Nicholas, it's me, Nicholas. I know we've always thought if we've done it, and we've done it.
Okay. How do I whisper to you?
Slash WGM.
GM
like a
space.
Slash W space GM space.
Okay. And then you could tell me if that works or not. If I have like a flashback of.
You roll me a
That's
d20
supposed to
first
be. That's
off.
supposed to be from, not form. But
Do you go through to yourself?
Nicholas,
Yes.
I hope this message finds you well.
How would Nicholas have responded to his own voice
Respond to
entering his
yourself.
mind and saying
Oh.
that?
depending on the, I would know. I would not fuck with time if there wasn't some matter of importance, and then I would immediately put that in my book.
Okay. Okay. So as you, what does he reply? Because he has a reply.
Answer yourself.
That's right. Well, I feel like
You get to talk with yourself.
I hope this is important. I will try and remember.
Okay. You send out the message. You feel it connect. You hear your own voice. Doesn't sound much younger, but a little bit, maybe less harried recently by dragons. That's probably it. He seems more content, comfortable, just fat and happy. But
Hanging out.
you hear the response in your own mind. You immediately start flipping through your book, and there it is, on a page written about 20 years ago. You've completely forgotten until this moment. But notes about the Wanderers, about someone named Mia, and something about food and water.
Now, did I actually remember to do it?
Oh.
Unfortunately, until this moment, it was like that moment was a dream and didn't exist. In this moment now, it feels like a solid memory, like one that you can recollect and remember as easy as any other, but you had waved it away as a dream, a daydream, an illusion. You wrote it down, and in that moment it was important, but
No.
that importance faded.
I should have wrote important from 1, 2,
Read
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Read
10, 11,
every
12.
day.
Your
Yeah.
old note.
Buddy, I could put important when you meet. I mean, I could set another setting like, I'm being serious. You need to remember this.
Nicholas, this isn't a joke. Get up.
Seriously, Reed.
I know you forgot, you little shit.
Here's the thing,
Yeah.
though. Nicholas was there when Mia cast the door, and he didn't remember because it hadn't happened. But it did.
Time
hadn't.
shit.
So
Shenanigans.
I'm all for you sending more sendings. This is I love time shenanigans, but
Please continue to talk to yourself.
So the reason my sister cut out at that part was because
that's 45 words.
not just that, but she meant that I had just left to find my own person.
Yep.
Well,
Oh,
Well,
wait.
great.
Wait. 20 years ago?
Yep.
Fuck.
I hate
Yes.
this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
Yeah,
I don't
That's
want to
okay.
fuck with the past too much. I will have you know.
yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. Everything's fine.
All
Everything's
right.
fine.
I've been looking forward to this panic for 2 weeks now. This is fucking great.
I'll do one more sending.
Okay.
Fuck, 20 years ago. That's a bad spot.
What's the worst that could happen?
The worst that happens again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why did it do that?
I'm also going to pee real quick.
That's fair. This would be a perfect part, like if we were streaming it and we take like a break of 2 hours, like this drop. Like, we're gonna go to our break right now.
You know what the worst part of this is? We could conceivably be causing the shit that left Thorn and Rose's parents and the whole shenanigans up in the air through the fucking time shenanigans. We could be participating in the fucking usurpation and possible revolt.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. What can I add?
Roll me a d20.
I gotta reset my thing because it's bugging out, but
That's fair. I love the way Nicholas talks to himself. It's fucking great. This is amazing. How does he reply?
How do you reply to yourself?
isn't there like an alarm clock spell you can do?
Let's
I
see.
don't
'Cause
know
I
if
know
you
there
can
is,
set
like-
one for a future time.
I know
Because
there's
there's a spell that
can
lets you
time
set it off
at.
at intervals.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the spell's
Set
called.
an alarm 20 years from now.
Well, I was gonna send like a constant like alarm if that was the case. If it was that important, where I'd have to do it twice and then yell at myself.
Yeah, I don't know. Roll me a
Make sure-
d100.
Make sure you also tell Todd, so that maybe future Todd helps future you remember.
Well, that's why he didn't recognize you guys, because I summoned him early.
He's baby time.
Todd,
Yes.
remind me. I know this sounds odd, but I believe we are 20 years in the past, and that's why you don't recognize these people. When there is a pocket dimension, please remind. I'm pretty sure he was unsummoned at this time. So
Yeah, he wasn't there
remind
when I
me
opened it.
when you meet the Wanderers of Starlight with me. Remind me to bring extra, like the book, the note I made in the book about the Wanderers of Starlight. Remind me about it, and that it's very important. And there's the D100.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
You know, I just remembered. I think the even more funny part is I don't even know if you were there when I opened it that one time, because I opened it when you were in Eriabor.
You did.
Oh no!
So I just thought about it. I don't even know if you were there.
Okay. So, because
We
I
might
do
question
want to
it,
help you
though.
guys out, Nicholas, through your efforts of harassing your past self, you created a routine that seemed almost superfluous. Every day, you write yourself a little note: food, water, wanderers, demiplane. And it just didn't really like at some point it just sort of became
More grumpy with
FWDP.
myself.
You got grumpy with yourself. Over 20 years, you kind of just got fed up with this daily repetition. And so until that moment, it just didn't make sense until you got back and saw the door. You recognized that moment, and in kind of a momentary recollection that you didn't remember the conversation, you didn't remember the sendings, you just remembered this like routine, this almost innate command in your own subconscious. You walked up to the door after grabbing some of the food and water that was left from the night's rations and opened it to...
Well, you don't want to go in there, though.
Yeah, you didn't want to go in there, but you had to. There were blankets and bedrolls, and you tucked food and water off into one corner as quickly and blocking all sensation as you could. And then promptly blacked that out of your own memory until now. So there's at least a few days worth of food and water in there.
Just so you know, I swore at my past self.
Yeah, it was so
I called myself a dumbass for forgetting.
Dumbass. I still want to know how Nicholas responded to that, or if he just didn't respond to his future self.
He would probably be like, "Oh shit, okay, this is obviously very important." Like, very well, I understand. I will not forget this time. Apparently,
sticky notes up all over the freaking mansion, the tower. You've just got like sticky notes everywhere. Food, water, wanderers, demiplane. Food, water, wanderers, demiplane.
He's probably
You can at least tell me why. Why am I doing this? I have no explanation, just that I need to do it. I can't even take the time to explain it.
And then you never
Send
hear
two
from yourself
sendings.
again.
Send two sendings.
But I can't explain it a third time. No, that's too much work.
I find a way to travel into the past, and I can't even tell myself how I did it. All right.
Well, there you go. You see? Your mom's got a couple days in her at least.
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
What's the effect? Because now, here's the thing: means food was left behind. There was never the meaning to send the sending because we left it behind. But then, so
See,
now
here's
you
the
have
thing.
the
See,
Nicholas-
this is what you call a stable loop.
yeah.
Because Nicholas had forgotten, he blacked out the memories of doing that. Everything around these memories seemed very intangible, almost like they were like dreams. You probably woke up the next morning and had the feeling like you had a dream in which Ken and Mia made an appearance, and you felt no need to inform anyone of that. But to you, it felt like a dream until you're in this moment, and you can look back at it through the understanding of what's going on, and you can see it clearly as what it was, what really did happen.
That's just why you don't fuck with time.
Right.
So
now we just need to.
side effects.
Now we
Next
just
thing
need
you know,
to
there'll
make
be
sure
like
we
three.
don't.
There's 3 Nicholases now.
we need to make sure we don't do this very often, if ever again, because it's very hard to make a stable loop in the first place if like every bit of fiction ever is to be.
yeah, tread softly.
That'd be funny though. Tiamat comes around and 2 more Nicholases come out. It's like, this is what you did, you shithead. It's like one of those. You don't fuck with time.
It's one of the Doctor Who like specials. The 3 doctors. It's the 3 Nicks.
Yeah.
No.
They're all the same age. They're all like they look identical, but one's like 200 years ago Nick, one's 20 years ago Nick, and one's now Nick, and they all look identical.
They're all
What have you done?
I was like, why did you do this? I swear it's important. What do you mean it's important? There's 3 of us now. Do you know how bad this is?
You were supposed to put the circle down for me, and then I cast the spells.
But imagine how hilarious and adorable it would look if Nick put one of his own band-aids on Nick.
What do you think of this?
Who would be?
It's like, we should die here right now.
Okay, well, one point of interest has now been resolved. Now we just have to figure out where we're going from here to get to the swamp and this flower.
Oh, we could so fuck up the campaign if we really wanted to. Because we could tell Nicholas, hey, you need to build an army. In 20 years' time, you gotta fight Tiamat.
Yeah, he's gonna believe that.
Oh, we could send him scrambling. You got 20 years, build the best army. He could also like look for you guys early and train you.
That's not gonna work for Ken.
Well, not for Ken. Well, he could find you afterwards.
Here's the thing,
So,
though.
like
Nope.
midway through.
Here's what Earth's talking about a stable time loop. If you did that, and he did that, and he found you guys, and drew attention to them earlier.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's why I'm saying we could fuck up the whole story. I'm not saying it's a
Yeah,
good
if you
plan. I'm not saying it's a good plan. I'm
This
just
is
saying we
so-
could fuck it up.
You remember when we had our wish conversation about changing the past and you guys finding yourselves in a completely Berenstein-bared future? You're in the middle of that wish. Like,
Fine.
it wasn't me just saying I'm not going to do that. That was me foreshadowing the wish.
What's the worst that can happen?
I'm gonna probably not fuck with time anymore, but I'm just saying we could totally mess up the entire story.
Oh yeah,
You
dude.
could. You could. Hey, as soon as that luck blade was in your possession, the whole story was in your hands. Like, you guys could have bombed it. So,
That is true.
alright. Well,
So
Well, now I have
Either
the
way,
power to change
it's
the
fine.
future.
Oh no.
in the end, all right. So Aerith, our kiss,
Arcus.
your mom is fine.
Hopefully.
She's
as
fine.
long as she didn't die when Garrick died, you know?
She's fine. And that's it. All right, let's go.
Mm,
We've bought ourselves
Remind him be
a
extra
handful
careful
of
not to
days.
kill Garrick.
Yeah. Hey, put him to sleep. Not live.
No, there's too many side effects. I'm gonna leave what we did as done and try not to touch time again.
you
Really-
used your one-time shenanigans.
I can
One
go
more.
yeah, Mistra. Because Kutai Lin set means it's 20 years in the future. I could message Mistra now then.
You could try.
Just fuck with her. Because she'll realize there are two of us if I do that.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna do that. That's funny.
I'm not gonna do that.
Unless Nicholas really wanted to troll her. But he
It's
he
all
does
up
not
to
want
you,
to
man.
upset Mistra. I'm not gonna upset Mistra.
Nicholas's whole story has been looking for her, so try to figure out what happened.
I mean, it could be good, but like,
You unravel.
I could
your
ask her,
entire-
like, do you have a plan in 20 years' time to just yeet yourself into an avatar? I don't know. He
What
might
kind of
have a
plans you got for the future?
maybe. Before we go back, I will try and contact Mistra and just have a conversation. Like, all right, what the fuck's going on?
Okay.
I might.
All right.
Depends how much I want to fuck up the future.
So, in the
Too
present,
much power.
which is the past, what you guys doing? Ken, as you kind of go through your
Have a
form
mini meltdown.
while having this kind of like internal debate, listening to the conversation of your allies around you. What you guys doing now?
Again, it's just gonna just try to make the best of what we have, and just try to just get this request over with. Because, yeah, like Nicholas said, we can't really. Time is something we can't touch lightly. So we need to just try to get through as quickly as possible without having to make too many deals with the denizens. Yeah, we'll just try our best to just get home with everyone safely.
Is that sword still on our hands?
Yep. Hasn't gone away. It's just sort of glowing. I would say each time that Nick and Aerith were casting Sending, it illuminated just a little bit more, just ever so faintly. But it's just sort of like a tattoo on the outside of your clothing.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
we're
that's
not
at least a
dead
little
yet.
reassuring. Yeah, we still aren't entirely sure. I'm assuming it was the way you wished it. Is that, but it could be something else. So I guess everybody just keep your head on a swivel, and the off chance that this isn't good. But a gold sword seems like a good indicator, right? Hopefully.
Sure.
All right. You guys resume the trail?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
As you head back out onto the trail, following it through the strange, kind of blissful quiet that's filled with the cacophony of life. Living creatures, the sounds of wind in the trees, the cries of birds, the scurrying of small animals across the ground. You've never been in a place more teeming with life. The individual flowers on the plants themselves seem to sway with their own autonomy and almost like turn and watch you as you pass, studying you or smelling you or just trying to understand who these new creatures passing through their domain are. Can everybody roll me a perception check?
Perception. Alright. So far on point.
Okay.
It is very slow. Didn't like me messing with time, I guess.
Right. Hey.
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 All right. Okay.
Or it
Let's
did.
see.
Right.
That is some very good rolls. All right. I just need to check one thing in my notes. Okay. Okay.
Rolled an 8 and rolled higher than Nicholas got with a nat 20.
Okay. As you guys continue along this path, the forest eventually kind of gives way to more of a rocky, plateaued terrain. The grass fades from the standardized green that you've been listening, or not listening to, but walking in, listening to music, to more of like a palish, kind of almost like aqua-ish green, and it just feels more like there's more moisture in the soil beneath you. You find yourself like kind of pulling your feet out of little pockets of mud occasionally as you're walking through this very damp terrain. These rocky kind of hillocks rise up on either side as you make your way through this like relatively open area. The trees have kind of spread themselves out so you can see a little bit better. And Nick and Aerith and Oni. Wow. I've been thinking about Eidos this week because he's on my chopping block now. But
Oh no.
you see as you're walking through this terrain to the right at the top of one of these hills, which are about 20 feet tall, a tiny little shift in the bushes.
So just some movement, like
Movement that set off your
Not
senses.
good movement.
Yeah, like you've been kind of walking through and listening to the birds and watching these like strange kind of almost blue and yellow squirrels running around and jumping from tree to tree, and they haven't set off any of your like I'm in danger senses. But you step into this kind of like plateaued terrain and you walk between these two hillocks, which they're about 20 feet apart and about 20 feet tall. And as you kind of come into this gap, you look to your right, you see movement, you see the space you're in, and like the hairs on the back of your neck stand up.
Can I sling a dart into the part of the bush that was moving?
Sure. Roll me an attack roll. Okay, roll me
Movement. Kill
damage.
it.
Okay.
Don't ignore the booming blade. I just forgot to click it on.
Okay. As you kind of look up towards the bush to your right and fling your dart through it, the others following the trail of it, it flies through the air. You hear it hit something. It goes, "Ow!" And I need us all to roll initiative.
Ah, why?
Another
I got
map.
distracted talking about time.
Oh no! Hold on. Got it clear. Okay, now roll initiative. You see as a small. I guess, no, he's not even small. How? No, they are small. Okay, the token's just not small. Damn you, roll 20, making things complicated. A small fey creature jumps out of the bush with a wild head of hair, kind of all matted into this massive beard that flows into body hair. It has a set of like goat-like hind legs that are completely covered in fur, and it looks mostly like gray and black with these two blue eyes. And then between its hands, it has what looks like a cord of rope, kind of like held tight, and it's looking down at the group of you from up here.
Why?
What is that?
Roll me another nature check to see if you know what this creature is. Any Fey associated or inclined individuals. Think Aerith may have actually seen one of these before. Did you fight the Korrid before? I feel like I threw them at you at some point.
When?
In Tyranny. But I can't remember.
I don't think so. Doesn't look familiar, but
Okay.
I don't remember.
Didn't click that one. Do this. Do that. And then I change music to... Let's do this one. I like this one.
Fight.
Okay. So, as it jumps out from the bush it was hiding in, having been spotted by Oni, and screams bloody murder down the hill at you all. Oni, you are up first. What would you like to do? Hold on.
Yes.
I will say there are a number of stones also littered around up here. Like, let me draw them out because I just realized the map doesn't really have them. Like right there. I'm on GM layer. That's not going to work. Right there. He was in a bush, which was kind of like right here. They're all up on the edges of these like cliffs.
And how high up is this?
About 15, 20 feet. It's like, it's sloped, but it's pretty steeply sloped. I know you can fly, but...
Okay, then I'm gonna bonus action, step of the wind, so that I can get up. I'll be able to get up to him.
Okay.
And the echo's going to... It'll be right here, but it'll be up in the air. That's as far as it'll be able to get. It'd still
Okay.
be within range, but it doesn't get my movement, unfortunately. So he's just a little bit slower. And looking at this thing, does it look like it would hear reason? Like if
Roll me an insight check. As you follow in the wake of your dart, kicking yourself up through the air, up the cliffside wall, kind of sliding in, you look into the eyes of this creature as it snarls and kind of drips with hunger and just furiosity. It seems pretty angry and pretty feral.
Okay then. At least for now, I'll go non-lethal because it's triggered danger sense, but it hasn't like done anything yet.
Okay.
And then I'll
Punch
just
it in
make
the non-lethally.
All right, that hits. Okay, 12.
2 more times because I have the bonus action.
Fortunately, 16 misses, 30 hits, 17. All right. All right, as you kind of like slide into that position in front and assess the look of this creature, crack, crack, 2 heavy hits just against its like fur, but as you hit it, the fur feels almost like stone, like it's made of rock, and you kind of like crack into it, and it reels back a little bit. But it still looks pretty angry.
Alright, then it'll just, at the end of this turn, just calm down and try to speak. Like, you don't need to lose your life, but if you act wildly, you will.
Okay, what language are you speaking in?
Let's see. I don't know what it speaks. I guess he'll just say it in like maybe Elvish.
Okay. As you mutter, it like starts snapping its teeth and snarling like it's upset, and it doesn't seem to have understood you. As it does, the rest of you who are kind of like springing into action in this moment see as from a distance, from this far cliff, you see a stone, like a boulder about 2 feet in diameter, lob itself out of one of the bushes and across the field over to Oni.
Oh, that's
just going to be a normal
you know.
roll.
They only
22
in
to hit?
Oni?
No, that doesn't even hit pre-buff. I got a 26 right now.
All right. As you see this like stone tumbling through the air, it flies in towards you, and you deflect it out of the way. Bang! Slams into the ground. Let's see. And then I'm gonna go ahead and make another. Okay, that's gonna be that one's turn. Mia, it's your turn.
I have no idea what's going on. But I don't want Oni to be up there by himself, so I'm gonna turn to Ken and just like, go! And I'll vortex warp him up there.
Okay. I choose you.
Ken! I'll put him right here.
Okay. Poof.
That. So, this. All right.
Love it, love it, love it.
Let's see. 61, 33. 33 max. Ooh, okay. That or 61, which is. I'll go with the helpful one.
Aww.
I know.
All right, you can have your super spell, I guess.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
And then I will move up 5, 10, and then I'll go 15 feet in the air up.
Okay. You fly up into the air, putting some distance between you and the ground. Right. Nicholas, it is your turn.
Are they only interested in Oni?
Right now, the one screamed at Oni. As Ken appeared, it looked over its shoulder at him and kind of in his direction as well.
Okay.
But only one of them have had a turn, so.
That is true. Actually, do I want to get closer?
Do you?
Not really, honestly. I need to get closer if I want to shove him. I don't know if I want to attack because I don't know what the. I don't know. I don't know the
Who knows
Feywild.
what's going on?
I don't know the Feywild. I should have studied more. I'm gonna send myself a sending telling me to study the Feywild. Let's do Mind Sliver.
Okay, on the one up there near Oni.
Yes.
All right. That is a 12 on his save.
Not
So 18. Jeez.
real smart.
Max psychic damage on that. Man.
Almost.
Hell yeah.
Let me make sure they don't have any.
Oh, actually, it is.
All right.
If
Got
it's
it.
a fey creature, they probably have not resistance, but the thing where they have advantage against saves.
He might.
Get
All
him.
right. Anything
Well,
else
I
you
know
want
because I have that. I'm just further away, and yeah, I'm good.
Okay, let's see. So,
We'll be right back.
all right. And 60 feet. All right. As the battle rages, you guys see as one of the stones on the hill to your left stands up and emerges like a earth elemental unfurling from its stationary position, and as it does, it reaches out both its arms, and the two boulders here and here both do the exact same thing.
It is
Hey.
repinned.
Oh, I was on the GM layer. That's fine. Up there. They kind of like unfurl out of the rock as the rock itself
It was
becomes
now.
these creatures, and then they get, let's see.
He went exactly the one place he shouldn't have.
All right. That, and then these two are going to go on his turn. So this one will immediately make its slam attack against Nicholas. 14 hits Nicholas. So Nick is going to take 8 bludgeoning damage when he gets back.
No,
This one is going
that's
to
like half your health.
roll into a ball and charge itself over at Aerith. And as it does, it like bounces into the air. 21 to hit? Pre-Blade song?
Shield.
Okay. As you see this boulder fly through the air towards you, you raise your hand and cast your shield spell.
I just go.
It bang kind of like hits against it like a I'm trying to like a Bakugan, is that what they're called?
Yeah.
Things that like curl up into a ball and then it
You throw it as a ball
uncurls.
and it uncurls.
Yeah. It's like one of those. And then from that same
It works
plateau,
by magnets. Sorry.
you see another one of those strange small furry creatures kind of jump out from the bushes and start running over towards the edge. It gets to here, and then I'm going to check some distances. And then it points its finger at Mia, and Mia, you start to dance.
Aw.
And then goes, and that's his turn.
I
Cat,
love
your
this
turn.
song.
Ah, you sons of bitches. Well, I'm gonna try to knock out this little guy real quick to
Okay.
help.
15, unfortunately, does not hit.
Which one was the one that made me a dance?
This one right over here.
Alright, yeah. Okay, bet. I'm shooting him.
Okay, it is a disadvantage as you have something in melee.
Alright, I'll just roll it again.
20 hits. Alright, 7 piercing, and he needs to roll a concentration check. God damn it. Alright, you fire your shoulder-mounted cannon across the gap between these two ravines. It slams into the creature, kind of cackling and dancing happily on the other side. Mia, you no longer feel the impulse to dance as he has lost concentration. And he looks over at you, Ken, like...
He just shrugs my shoulders and just...
All right.
I've been back to this little guy.
Okay. Anything else you want to do?
No.
All right, Aerith, your turn.
Blade Song.
Okay. You lower your shield spell, begin going into your Blade Song mantra.
I will stay where I am. And I will use Butterfly Blade. Or no, I'm going to use Booming Blade.
Okay.
And I'm going to poke him.
Get him.
That hits. Okay, 20 points of damage.
And then normal
Alright.
attack.
Sounds good. 29 hits. All right. As you strike out the first time, your rapier kind of finding the gap between the stone that makes up this creature, and you see it kind of bulge from within before the stone reassembles itself back into the shape it was in. You withdraw the rapier and crack it across what it thinks is its face, and you see like the stonework kind of chip away, but it just like turns its head and looks back at you, ready for the next round. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. And then this side, the cord between the two of you is going to go and wave its arms and then just sink into the ground.
Rude.
Yep. It's 100% rude.
Because you went in the worst possible place, Kyle.
This is a very sad moment.
Yeah. The stone
Do we get to attack as he's leaving? Sinking into the ground? Or is it like a disengage thing they can do and they just get in the fucking earth?
Yeah,
Walk
it's
away?
like a disengage thing. They just meld into the stone and.
Did I take
he doesn't get
damage?
anything else this turn, but yes, you took 8 points of bludgeoning damage. Because I assume a 14 hits, Nick.
14?
Hmm?
No, I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure
it
he
was-
has a.
18 AC? That what it said? I couldn't tell on your bubbles. Because it was a 14 to hit.
He has an armor class of 18.
Okay,
Ooh.
then you took no damage as the
Wow.
stone next to Nicholas kind of emerged into its humanoid type form and started to slam out at him, and he scurried out of the way. All right, now it's going to be this one. The stone next to Ken. And then it's going to slam down on you, Ken, with a... I cannot roll today. 15 to hit. So as the fists come down, you kind of turn, raise your arms, block, deflect, and clock your new foe. And as you do, the one to its left, because now I'm realizing they rolled next to each other in initiative, also emerges, is going to kind of lumber forward and then swing at you, Ken. A natural 1. That's just...
You're doing great.
Oni! It's your turn.
Alright, well,
Oh, they didn't get... Oh, okay. That's my fault. Alright, go ahead, Oni.
alright, we're gonna move in here just to really, really surround them, because why not? And we're gonna tee off on this one between him and Ken.
Okay. Yep, 23 hits.
Alright. And obviously, this is not non-lethal, and whenever the little ones come back, it won't be non-lethal anymore since they don't seem to have understood.
Okay. That's fair insight.
We're done talking.
This is the random encounter table that got rolled at the start of today's game.
And then we're gonna flurry of blows.
All right. 50 damage. Both of those hit. Another 26. All right.
And just for good measure, because I have 3 now instead of 2, we'll 1 Unleash Incarnation.
Okay.
Turn advantage off, because it's not attacking light side.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me damage.
It was just 26. I accidentally clicked twice.
All right, 18 will do it, though. As you fall into position behind this strange earth elemental that has emerged from the ground, you unleash your well-honed combo of attacks. And then as you kind of like stagger back, not stagger back, but step back to regain yourself, you shift your presence momentarily into the echo and release one last. And as it hits the side of the creature's head, it just disconnects the head from the rest of the body and it tumbles back into stone.
Alright, and then I'm going to go right here. That way, Ken will have advantage when it's his turn.
Alright.
That's my turn.
Good to me. Mia, it's your turn.
All right. Actually, make use of this time. So I'm going to. I don't know how much it would take to be level with this cliff, because I'm already 15 up. Do I have
About
to go
5
any
more feet,
further up?
maybe.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 20 up, and then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 here.
Okay.
And then I am going to go ahead and lightning bolt
Okay.
through these guys.
Both of them. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then whatever the maximum amount for.
Oh, that is 48.
48.
Unless you were casting it at a higher level. That's lightning bolt at 3rd level.
Oh yeah, it casts at 7th level
Oh, okay.
through the staff.
So it'd be
Which
60.
is that this?
Get on.
Should be 10 or 8d6 plus. Oh, because it's 12d6, so it's more than that. Oh boy, 72.
Hey.
They both fail.
Hey.
As you kind of raise up, floating elegantly in the air, you swing the staff forward as this bolt of blue lightning cracks out and fills the gap between you and the creature in front of you, and then arcs up in the air and then back down into the one in the far back, and they both reel back and roar with pain. Okay.
Heck yeah.
But they are both still alive.
Well, that's my turn. That's all I got.
Alrighty. See, God, this guy, he's just by himself.
Just a little guy.
I mean, he's got friends, but everyone's so far. 24 on Oni?
Nope. 26
Oh,
right now.
26, okay. As another stone comes lobbing out from that back cliff, flying through the air, Oni, you once again kind of hear that in the air and twist out of the way for the stone to slam into the ground and then roll down the hill. But are you within that range at least? No. I don't think. No. Okay. Nicholas, it is your turn.
Bonus action, shove him away.
Okay. It's a strength save, right?
Get off me.
Yes.
Okay. That's a 22.
That is my save.
Alright. So as you shove out telekinetically, the monster doesn't move.
No, I'll use a custom spell. I'm gonna use Quick Push Ward.
Okay.
At level 1. Gotta copy paste. I actually didn't do it. I'm just gonna copy paste the whole thing. Because it's quick ward, and then I can select one of 3 effects, and I'm choosing the quick push version at level 1, right underneath them.
Plus. Okay.
So it's just 20 for the save DC.
Okay. Got it. And that's a dexterity. That's
Maybe
an
they're not as
11.
dexterous. Yeah.
Aha! You get shoved 15 feet.
As
Go
you,
away.
he was on the ground, kind of like with you. So you more just like slammed him back into the cliff.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because he was technically this rock. He just turned into this creature when he was told it was time to be a creature. But you
Quit being a rock.
telekinetically shove out, and unfortunately, it's just not enough power. So as the creature is kind of recovering from it, you quickly get down on the ground and inscribe your quick ward, and then as you stand up, it activates, and you see him get flinged away.
Bye! Run away!
All right.
That is my turn.
Okay. I think he could do. Oh. This one that you just struck with lightning, Mia. Actually, you're in the air, aren't you?
Yeah.
No, don't see me. I'm not here.
50 feet on level with him because I had to
Yeah.
get up there to get the lightning bolt.
I'm just trying to work within the constraints of the creature.
That's not allowed.
That'll work.
Oh.
And I want them to do things before they just die because it's fun that way. So as it rolls forward, it curls up into like the most perfect boulder shape you could think of, and like bounces on the ground and then rolls forward towards you, Mia. And as it does, it tries to jump into the air, but it mechanically can't. So mechanically, what it can do is it can roll forward, and then if it gets on a hill, it gets double movement speed as it literally rolls down the hill, and it's going to roll to Aerith, and then as it's rolling at an extremely high speed, it will then leap into the air and come down like Hulk smash on you with a 24 to hit.
Was it me or Aerith?
You shield?
I swear Aerith gets targeted every time.
I was gonna go for Mia, but you're in the air. I can't hit him. I can't hit someone in the air with a rock that's rolling on the
24
ground.
meets when I'm in Blade Song.
Okay, do you shield?
Yes, I shield.
Okay. As it bounces down again, you see it coming and put up your shield spell again, being harried by these boulder people. Alright, Aerith, it's your turn. I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to pick on anyone in particular. They run away and you run too, so
I
what you
can't.
doing?
I can't go to either side of them because that'll force a freaking.
You got shield up, you'll be fine.
The worst that can happen.
It's true.
Well, fun point of note, you actually don't, because shield drops at the start of your
it was
turn.
on his.
No.
It was on the
Yeah.
motor's turn.
I
Yeah.
forgot.
I see.
I'm gonna
It's
activate Spirit Shroud.
Okay. They're fireflies, right?
Yeah.
Your
My
iridescent,
special little
colorful fireflies
And then I'm
begin
going
spinning
to
around you.
Booming Blade.
Okay. Which one?
This is the one I hit first, right?
Mm-hmm. And this is the one that Mia lightning bolted and then rolled down the hill at you. Actually, fun point that I didn't think about I don't think
tell
it
me they
changes.
merge.
It actually would change Nicholas's turn.
God damn
What?
it, Nicholas.
Okay.
Aw.
All right. Sorry. I need to rewind a bit because there was something that the creature that you hit with lightning bolt was maintaining concentration. Okay. So when you hit it with a lightning bolt for 72 points of damage, it
Yes.
broke its concentration,
Hey.
which means that the
Right.
boulder that Nicholas was fighting, as well as the boulder that Aerith was fighting, broke.
Oh.
Stopped being boulders. They went back to being
Yeah.
boulders.
Hell yeah.
So those
they're
two
just
would have
rocks.
like tumbled into a pile of stone, which means from Nicholas, before this one rolls down the hill at Aerith, you actually, it will do your turn instead of the quick push. Is there anything else you want to do? I'm just rewinding a little bit because I don't want to like screw you guys out of a concentration thing, you know? That's
Right.
72
You don't
points.
necessarily have to do that.
So this one's still here.
No. So that
No,
one
okay.
and this one, at the end of Mia's turn, when Mia hit with the lightning bolt, those two turned back into stones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As they were summoned by something that had to maintain concentration.
That's good to know.
Can we see that one then?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm gonna hide behind Aerith.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Aerith. And then
I fly on
I'm
my
going
broom. No, I'm
to.
kidding.
Leave you.
Oh, and I got my spell slot back.
Yeah, you do. Okay, so you're
Right.
using intelligence save. That they can't. All right, that is Mind Sliver for 11 points of damage. All right, now roll down the hill, shield around to Aerith's turn. All right, Aerith. Sorry, your turn.
Now you're only being hairy by one.
Yep, there is a single pretty messed up looking rock monster in front of you. Nicholas has scurried behind you and is using you as a human shield.
What
What would you like to do?
else is new?
Okay, so I use my shield to block. I'll still activate Spirit Shroud
Okay,
for
activate Spirit Shroud.
radiant damage, and then
Okay.
I'll continue with Booming Blade.
All right.
Boop. Fuck.
Strike out. Unfortunately, your footing hits one of the tumbles
Hey.
stones, and you start to tumble down. And as you do, you use that momentum and do like this kind of pirouetting, downward slashing strike, which isn't a normal attack move with your rapier. But as you crack down with the Sicarius, the energy around it starts to radiate,
Hell yeah.
and you
Okay,
slam
Spirit
down into the.
Shroud.
Hell yeah. That was almost max damage on
Yeah,
everything.
it
Yeah.
was.
Hell
yeah.
dude.
27, 41. Dude had 13 hit points as you spin around and slash down in like this like circular saw type blade motion. You land on the ground in that like superhero pose as the pile of stone in front of you is still tumbling to the ground. This one also dead.
Hey.
All right, Ken, it is your turn.
All right. Gonna start punching.
Okay.
First hit with Booming Blade.
Where's that rock?
Okay, 14 unfortunately doesn't hit. 24 does.
Okay.
Okay,
The
16.
game knows when we are trying to throw booming blades.
Right?
It really, it knows as soon as we declare one. It's like, yep, you're gonna be one off the AC.
Yep, you know it. All right, anything on your bonus action?
Hmm. Okay. No.
Okay. As you fall into your battle stance opposite of Oni, you hear the sounds of the ongoing conflict behind you. You crack out. The first one just slamming into a solid piece of slate stone that just reverberates up your armored arm, and with your other arm crack across its face. All right. Now it's going to be this one's turn. He has already used his irresistible dance. Mia, can you make me a dexterity saving throw?
Maybe.
You got it. Just these little nerds, you got it.
Okay.
How about a 3?
I
Does that work?
Maybe you don't got it.
need to figure something out. Okay. All right. That's fair. Okay. So at the start of its turn, with you hovering so majestically in its view, it takes that lash of rope and it kind of like swings it around and throws it out. It lassos you. And as the lasso kind of as the lasso latches around your arm, it releases the rope, and the rest of the rope snakes up to you, and you are restrained. You have a hover speed, so you can still fly, but you are restrained and have no movement. In addition, you look down and you realize that this is not just a rope, it's hair. And then he's going to sink into the ground.
Don't like
with Mia
that.
Stone.
This gross.
This was Aurora's like tag
No.
character all over again with the hair bracelets and the teeth.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yep. That's why I was like, oh, this will be fun to put on my encounter list for tonight. All right, so that's him. These guys finally getting a turn, as I forgot to put them into the initiative tracker. This stone here is going to stand up, and then using, because your guys are too far away, using its ability is going to turn these two rocks into friends. And as they look over and they go on its turn. And 1, 2, 3, 4. You're up in the air, Mia. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's going to run over to Aerith. I was apologizing to Aerith, not you.
You know.
23 to hit Aerith? That doesn't
No.
hit your blade song. Okay. As it swings out at you, you kind of go from that superhero landing and twist up through the air, dodging through the arc of its fist. It can only move. This one curls into a tight boulder and like kicks itself across the ground and rolls skiddingly across here. It had to use its action to dash. So it can't do anything else this turn. Bring up my turn tracker. I'm just gonna try to put these guys here. Another one leaps out of the bushes. And he's not really close enough to get in range with anyone. Going to make a decision. And he's going to point at Oni, and Oni will dance. So you are hit with Otto's irresistible dance, and then it's going to kind of run into the woods over here and hide behind this rock, or attempt to. Okay, it hides behind the
Dance
rock.
for my amusement.
Dance, monkey, dance.
I'm immune to charm, so that doesn't work on me.
Okay then, as it streaks out to make you
I was
dance,
like, no.
you don't dance, and it is angry. It is.
I had to double check because I didn't want to say it if I was wrong, but because I didn't know the spell exactly, so I looked at it. It says if you're immune to charm, it doesn't work. So take that, you weird little like rock gnome thing.
Yeah, that's sounds about right. All right, last one that I had
Furry rock gnome.
that I didn't roll in. This rock over here emerges from the ground. It can't roll lumber over to there because it has to roll in order to go further. And then reach out its hand, and I'm going to have it make 2 more friends.
No more friends.
We're then going to... This one's going to run here, and here, and...
Odd question. Would they be considered an object?
Technically, I think so.
Okay.
And you're pretty sure too. You swing out with a 13 and a 21, neither of which will hit either of your ridiculously high ACs. And that is that one's turn. This one going to... You can get to there and then up, and it has 10 more feet after that. Aerith, behind you, you hear something crawl out of the ground. And then Nicholas, I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw.
No, don't get haired.
Not me.
Is this a spell?
No.
Damn it.
It's
No, it's
literally
throwing
their own
hair
hair
again.
they're throwing.
Right.
Ew.
Don't. No. Ooh, yeah,
18.
all right.
As you hear this sound, you look over with your senses on high alert and see this weird creature about your height lassoing up its own beard and throwing it across the gap at you. You twist out of the way. The hair hits the ground and it retracts it back into itself, and it charges at you, and it's going to make a great club attack at you. Not at advantage because you're not restrained, but
I don't like that it can retract the hair.
Right.
it's
Not
a
a
lasso.
fan. No,
Um,
thanks.
13 to hit, Nick.
Nope.
Okay. It swings out with this great club, and you like pull your hat down and crunch down into yourself as it flies over your head. It does not hit you. It is now that one's turn. I know. It's going to swing at Ken. Yeah, because Ken was the one who hit him. 23 for Ken? No. You see the heavy stone fist coming in, and you watch as Ken moves his left arm into the way, and the arcane shield manifests itself in that moment to deflect it, and then retracts back into the like buckler type mechanism in his left arm. That's gonna be his turn. Oni.
Okay, well, let's just, I guess, keep on
Push the
breaking rocks. Yeah,
Punch them rocks.
we're gonna just piece up this one that's in between me and Ken still.
That one on there. Yeah, that hits. 1, 2. All right. 22. Yep. Okay. 11, 11, 11. That,
Right.
Let's see if we can get another 11.
that hits. I mean, it's better.
Yeah.
All right.
And not minimum damage.
Alright, and then obviously flurry blows.
Okay. Roll me damage. Oh, okay. It's still up.
Alright, and then the final hit.
All right, that does it. As you see it kind of swing out at Ken, Ken's shield deflects it. It staggers back into this like obvious opening, and as its back arches, you 2 heavy hits into that like lower part of the spine. Ken, you could see as the stones are kind of like bulging out from the inside of its abdomen, and it just cracks in half and dies. Falls back
And
into
then
stone on the ground.
Echo's gonna get right here to give Ken advantage.
All right.
And that's my turn.
All right, Mia.
I don't like this. It's gross. It's touching me. And I don't know what to do about it.
Let's see. You have a movement speed of 0. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and any attack roll you make has disadvantage.
Disadvantage, okay.
And you also have disadvantage on dex saves.
Right. Not that I need that. That's fine. Then
I will also say, you don't get a strength save to try to break this, but it does look like the rope could be cut.
don't really have anything to cut it with.
I know. I think that the developers knew too, and knew that mages would get caught in this, and that was the funny part.
Right. Then I will. There's still like other rocks and stuff on the ground down there, right?
Yeah, there are stones and pebbles and boulders littered all over this place.
Then I am going to make my own rocks to attack the rocks.
Okay. Animate objects?
Yes.
How many of them?
It is dependent on their size, so there's so many words. How many can we do? I'll do 4 large boulders.
Okay, so 4 large boulders. They hit with your. I got 10 plus 6 to
Yeah.
hit and
I
2d6
don't like
plus
how
1
this
damage.
is. I don't like how that's laid out. I can't read it.
It's difficult to read.
I-
And that's what I was gonna ask. Do they considered magical objects then?
It is a magical animation.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was
yeah,
gonna
they-
animate objects them. Also met
Right,
each
I
other.
didn't think I would be able to animate them themselves, but I can make other rocks to fight them as well. Yeah,
Okay.
so they have 50 hit points each. They have an AC of 10, plus 6 to hit, 2d10 plus 2 damage.
Count as 4 objects. So you could make 2, right? What level are you casting it at?
5th level. Just the basic.
Okay, so
Think-
5th level.
You can grab a lot of tiny stones, just chuck a pebbles at them. Each. You
Oh,
can,
oh no, I
have
okay,
them
I see
all
what you're
attack
saying.
double.
Okay, so I'll do 2 large ones and a medium one then.
Okay, so 2 larges and a medium. I'm just gonna draw out some big
Big rocks.
rocks. Alright, so as you reach out with your animate object spell, these 3 stones lift themselves out of the ground and then start just bouncing kind of expectantly. And then they go
Fine.
after you, right?
Bonus action.
Oh, okay, so then I will use my bonus action now. I can use it in the same turn, right? Okay.
Yep.
Command any or all of them at the same time. I'll just have all of them swarm around this guy in front of Aerith.
Okay, so
And
it's
try
all
to put-
3
Try to bludgeon it.
kind of roll/float through the air and close the gap. Go ahead and roll me 3 attacks at plus 6 to hit.
That's 6. Sorry.
Sorry. 2 of them are at plus 6. 1 of them is plus 5.
Okay. That.
I create a battle with a whole lot of moving objects, and you add more objects.
I'm just struggling with because my mouse doesn't work, so everything's a little bit slower for me.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. 13 doesn't hit, but the 21 and 25 do. So
Oh,
the
yeah.
21 will do 2d10 plus 2 damage,
2d10 plus 2.
and then 2d6 plus 1 from the other one.
And it was a crit, so it's 46.
Yeah, 4d6 plus 1.
46 plus 1.
Okay. Okay. All right. As the stones slam in, it looks like they're resistant from just pure bludgeoning damage. Most of what you guys have been doing has been
That's fair.
magical bludgeoning and stuff, so it doesn't take the full damage, but you still deal damage, and it kind of like looks over at these boulders that are smashing into it, and it kind of looks at them like,
Brother, why?
"Huh? But why? All right. Anything
My
else you want to do,
kid.
Mia?
just struggle, but I can't break it because I don't have anything to break it with.
Okay. All right, this one is going to. I'm just gonna keep chucking boulders at you, Oni, because I'll hit you eventually, and it'll be funny. However, even with advantage, that's a natural 1.
Oh,
I rolled
That's unfortunate.
double 1s, and then it's going to
Wow.
scurry to a different hidey place and hide again. Oh boy,
Womp womp.
That poor
Nicholas.
little rock boy.
So who has Mia grabbed? This one?
the one that so Mia's not really like grabbed by anyone in particular. She was lassoed, and then when the lasso latched around her, the cord released his end of the rope.
I got you.
It kind of like cocooned her up, and then he sunk into the ground. So he was over here, but now he's not anymore.
I see.
Yeah.
If I were to use magic missile, would it hurt Mia, or
If
would it just break the object?
you could
think it
target
would-
the object if you want.
Can you target objects?
Yeah.
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 I guess on why.
That it's not
I
gonna
know
miss.
like certain things have to target a creature, but
Right.
it does say a
Just wanna
creature
know
with it that you can see within range. Unfortunately for magic missile.
Damn.
So it's like Eldritch Blast.
Right.
Yeah.
That's I wanted to check because I knew Eldritch Blast had that limitation.
Yeah.
But that's why it's a good mimic detector, because you could just say your Eldritch Blast every chest, and if it lets you blast it, hey, mimic. If it doesn't, okay, it's a chest.
I do have a small knife in my pocket, actually.
Nick just walks out like, I never wanted to use this again.
So let's bonus
Chuck a knife.
action shove
Chuck a knife
that
at me.
guy this way.
Okay. Right. She is also 20 feet in the air. She didn't fall.
I was gonna say you
You know what?
the knife 20 feet in the air at me.
I forgot you were in the air because I'm like, oh, I'll just
Yeah.
run up to you and then.
I can't come down because I can't move.
You have no movement speed. You're just trapped.
You know what?
Just stuck.
Let's
Excuse
just
me.
do something else for fun. I'm going to cast Dragon's Breath on Todd.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
Dragon Toad.
Todd the Frog. As
I'm
you-
then going to move here.
I was half expecting
Take
it
off
for
my
you to
hat.
do it on me.
But it's more fun to me
It's
because
more fun on Todd.
It is way more fun on Todd. Take my hat off and have Todd then do Dragon's Breath. And I'm going to have it do acid.
All right. Acid damage, and I think it's a dex for that. Okay. Okay. All right. You
gonna
lift your hat.
Slightly do a different spot. Just so I'm not
What,
right next to
what happens? What happens if we get through this? Like, right, we get all the time stuff sorted out, and we go back to normal. If he still has 20 years to go Todd summon.
Double Todd.
Oh yeah,
I've
I was
thought-
gonna say,
Can we
what
not
happens if
question
Nicholas
that
has
right
Todd
now?
summoned?
Find out. Figure it out.
Because he always had Todd summoned.
I don't think he was with you
Maybe-
during the battle, because the battle was pretty harrowing.
No, not that battle. I'm saying like the current
Oh!
Nicholas. He's with the current Nicholas.
He probably was, honestly, and you just yoked him over here. Like,
Todd's just
What?
gone.
yeah,
This is more
Um,
important.
I didn't think about that. But okay, as you lift your hat and you watch as Todd releases a like smoky green burst of acidic dragon breath over both of these strange stone creatures. Neither one of them saves, and they both take 9 points of damage.
And my rocks. No.
Oh no, your rocks.
That's fine. They got plenty of hit points.
Yeah, the
Where did
medium
you
one
find
has
that?
Supernatural.
40 and 50. Okay, yeah, they're fine. All right. Anything else you want to do, Nick?
No, he was good.
Okay. Now before Todd. That was such. Oh God.
Such a funny episode. So
Right.
weird though.
It was one of the monster of the week episodes that were always the best. All right, Eric, it's your turn.
Sad fact, that wasn't a monster though. Do I see any of the rock creatures up here?
Yeah, you can see him. The hill isn't that big.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is my range again? Why do you keep doing that, Roll20?
This is 2 feet up. You got it.
30 feet.
I think it's 30-60 or 30-80, which you'd be at disadvantage anyway because you're in melee.
I'm thinking of something else.
Okay.
Make an attack roll. So it would be 60.
That's a big true.
Oy. I'm gonna Steel Wind Strike.
Hell yeah.
Get on.
So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's as many as I can do.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, just 1,
Yeah, up to 5
2.
creatures.
Okay.
Perfect.
Gotcha. All right. Roll me your attack rolls.
I
As
just
you-
roll my weapon, or no?
It's just
No,
a
no.
melee attack roll against all creatures. Or,
Hold on.
yeah, I think it is.
Make a melee
Yeah.
spell attack.
Melee spell attack. Okay. So it just uses your spell attack modifier.
Let me see. I'm like hoping it's on my attack list, but it's not.
That would be too easy.
Yeah. Oh no, wait, it is, but it's only for damage. So, would I just roll my melee attack then?
It is a
Oh.
d20 plus 13.
D20 plus 13. So, yeah, my melee attack.
Yeah, I know they're all close because, you know, being a kind of like melee caster archetype, we tried to
And
keep
30 feet's a good little distance.
Well, I have Spell Sniper, so it increased it to 60.
It did.
Hell yeah.
Because it says, when you cast a spell that requires you to make an attack roll, the spell's range is doubled, and this counts
Yeah.
as an attack roll.
It does. It does.
It's
It
5
seems like a
attack rolls.
loophole, but I'll allow it.
That's the kind of things you shoot for.
Oh,
Right?
3, 4, 5.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. The second one misses. The rest of them hit.
Okay.
Hey.
And
Is
I...
you like straighten the Sicarius in front of you, and like in that moment, say the spell amidst the blade song, like almost like a small prayer to magic itself. You feel that like splitting sensation as your consciousness is drawn into 5 different locations, and you strike out.
Oh.
Let's see, let's calculate some damages.
And I'm
38
at 40.
on.
Am I able to land there?
Able to what?
Land here?
Yeah. There's just
Okay.
it's just a rock there, so you're kind of like half perched with like your right leg up and left leg down on the stone as you finish your attack roll there. The one right next to Mia had exactly 38 hit points.
Hey.
Hey.
Goes down.
No, the one next to Mia was the second one. So it missed.
Oh, I thought you went from left to right.
No, I went from in front to Mia to
Ah.
whatever that thing was.
Poor Mia.
I'm sorry, Mia.
That's fine.
It's fine.
Well, she's in the she's in the
everything.
air. She's in the air.
This thing
So
only
I'm
had
fine.
32 hit points, so it is just
Also
as
dead.
gone. Let's see. Where is the third attack? It's 41. No.
Oh.
Wait, hold on. Second attack was 38. I just want to make sure I'm applying the damage in the correct place. He's still up. This one, 85. It's still good. And 6. All right. So as you strike out, the first one you hit, the one that's right there in front of you, Aerith, crumbles into stone and nothingness. You then strike out at the others. The rest of them take the damage, and they're definitely made the worse for it, especially this little guy down here. They are still kicking.
Does he need to make a concentration check?
This one?
Uh-huh.
He's not concentrating on anything.
Yep. I tried, guys.
Good call, though. Yep, good looking out. Yeah, the rock people are actually the ones that make the rock people.
Oh.
And they're chilling in the back right now.
Bitches.
Ken, it's your turn.
We're fighting in part 8 of JoJo right now. The rock people.
Alright, let's get to punching.
Are we now 2 entire parts behind, Gina?
I think so.
Oh, you're 3.
Oh
There's
no.
Part 9 is ongoing right now.
Yeah, so yeah, I think we stopped during 7.
7.
Of
Yeah.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I barely started 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So you're like
It's fair.
4 behind.
It's a wild series. It's been going on a while.
I'm
so
still
good. It
on
was
the
like
first
I
episode.
I started watching the first episode and then I just stopped.
Like it was so good, but then the one with the in 7 was just so weird. So I kind of
was-
lost interest.
Yeah.
I cannot wait for the ball run to get animated. It's got the fucking Tusk is the craziest fucking stand ever. It makes no sense.
In JoJo's now.
Alright, you striking out the one between you and Shadow Oni?
Yep.
Alright, both those hit. Okay. 12, got it. Alright. Alright, you continue to lay into it, the chunks of stone flying off of this hardy creature. Unfortunately, it is still kicking. Anything else you want to do on your bonus action?
Nope.
Okay.
I had to
Going into
mark a thing. Okay, thing is marked.
Congratulations.
Okay. He's gonna do that, and then this one, having done his job, is going to. You see him roll into a ball, and he rolls over this way, kind of behind the tree and out of sight.
Pussy!
Back here.
Then he
Get back
disappears.
here. Bitch.
Hey, that's my line.
All right. This one continues to crawl forward, then leaps out of the bush. Aerith, give me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, you bitch.
It's your turn to get haired.
No.
No. Fuck.
Yeah. Oh. What did I do?
Oh no. If only it was an attack roll.
I know.
Right?
Save you.
Right.
Maybe I should.
All right.
Maybe I should work on getting resilient for dexterity.
As you hear this behind you, you turn around to see the lasso already in the air. Your arms are pinned to your side before you know it. You hold the Sicarius, you try to lift it up, and as you do, it releases the hair and it coils up around you, and you are now restrained. It will then use the rest of its movement to close the gap and make its attack with advantage.
Well, guess what? It will not land that attack because that's an attack roll. We're not giving them an advantage attack unless it's a nat 1. The Echo's gonna eat this for Aerith.
Okay. It's a 22 to hit.
That doesn't
Okay.
hit me.
Yeah, then it's not gonna do it. But while my boys are strained, the Echo's just ready to dive in front of a blow for him.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. All right.
Okay. Did this attack? Did this turn just in?
Yeah.
I finally get to use it.
Hey. All right. So strength saving throw against your spell save DC. They do have a pretty high strength. I rolled a natural 20. I'm so
Oh.
sorry.
Oh,
Wait, silvery barbs. Wait, hold on. I've been waiting
Alright.
to use it for something.
Alright, silvery barbs. Okay.
Reroll that.
He's just within 60 feet.
No.
He's
Oh,
within
yes.
it. Yeah. It works. All right, so he has to.
I was like,
no!
No! That's 16.
Hell yeah! Get over.
As you see it leap for Aerith and swing down with this club, it's got its feet planted in the ground, and it almost looks like the stone rises up to grab it and hold it in place. And as it swings down with this club, Aerith twists out of the way, and as the club continues its arc, you reach out with the what is your
So I'm like thinking, like in this moment, like all I can think about is like I gotta get that fucker away from Aerith, and then you can see just two big ass like light constructed Ascalon claws, like fly over to grab this fucker and pull him towards me.
Okay. You watch as the claw like grabs around it entirely and yanks it over towards Ken before dissipating. The cord is moved directly in front of Ken, and between the two of you, Ken, you can now make an attack roll as part of this reaction.
Nope, not at advantage.
Actually, it is.
It
because
is, yeah.
he's
It's right between you and Aerith.
Oh, bet. Great.
Oh, what does your chaos do? You cast grease.
26. That does hit. Oh no, but you're in the air.
yeah,
So it
well,
just
I assume it
drops.
falls on the ground, but
All right. 15 points of damage as you yank this man over to you, and he kind of lands on the stone. You reel back, and boom, and you hit him in the face, and his feet kind of like fly out before he hits the ground. Screams at you. Okay. That's going to be his turn. This one is going to roll away as well. Actually, he's close enough. He could help. He could help. He curls up
he
into
could
a
be of
ball.
use.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. He's got 30 feet of rolling movement if he's not going downhill. He
Dare.
rolls across the field, leaps into the air. And I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna hit you sooner or later.
No.
It's a 17. It doesn't hit.
No.
Actually, hold on. He has advantage because you are restrained.
No, fuck you.
And surrounded.
Still a 22.
Ha! Give
Hell
up.
Still
yeah.
doesn't. All right.
You're starting to sound like Drake and Strix. Because I'm playing
man.
a Blazing Wizard too.
This one runs out and swinging its lasso around again is gonna throw it out at Nicholas. Give me another dexterity save.
Man,
They get to do it as a bonus action. I fucking love it.
as a bonus.
Yeah.
It's so creepy. Just
Right?
a beard hair
Nick's like,
lasso
no.
that if they miss, they can retract again.
Right?
Which do you
Calls it
find
into herself.
grosser? Which do you find grosser? The one,
I would say that one is grosser than
the hair
your other
bracelet.
character. Yeah, because at least that was literally just you took some hair and you made a braid. This is like implications because he can slurp the beard back into him somehow.
As you
Did he succeed on
No.
restraining me? Oh, thank
No.
God.
as you deftly dodge out of the way, managing to keep Todd in your hat and both of you out of the lasso, the cord screams in rage and runs at you. And as its feet hit the ground, it swings out with its great club with a 13 to hit. I can't even hit Nicholas, guys.
Nicholas is the luckiest
Aiming
wizard
for
imaginable.
Todd.
He is. All right. This one, he's gone out of the initiative. So Oni, is your turn.
Okay, that one looks bigger than the others, so Anna's gonna.
Oh, that's just because the token is default medium size. They're all the same size. They're all.
Oh, okay. If it's tiny, then he's just gonna keep teeing off on this one in between him and it.
Yeah, they're all roughly the same size as Nicholas. The only ones that are bigger are the Galabdor, the Earth Elementals, and they're like your size.
Okay, I thought he was bigger because he was like the leader. I was like, okay, let's fuck this guy up. Let's handle this. Okay.
All right, 34. Okay, 20 points of damage.
absolute fire. Boom and blade damage.
Right? Fine.
Hey, that's better than the ones I got with Spirit Shroud.
Okay, that definitely hits. 15, alright. Pop, pop. Doosh, doosh. Alright, 17. Doosh.
Not boom and blade. Flurry of blows.
Alright, alright, roll me damage. Alright, you twist around, and with one last heavy downward kick into its shoulder, it crumples into a pile of stone.
Alright, then we gonna get the last attack on this little guy in between everybody.
Alright. That hits. Okay, 14, got it.
And that's my turn.
Alrighty then. Mia, it is your turn.
It's still stuck. I
Mhm.
don't like it. I don't know what happened with the grease, if it just like went down around me.
Yeah, so as you cast your spell, as you cast your silvery barbs, and the magic around you kind of rippled unstably, the air began to manifest these tiny little golden yellow droplets that began to just rain down for about 3 or 4 seconds. Everything is 10 feet, right?
Grease. I haven't ever used grease
I know,
as
right?
an actual spell. What do you
Yeah,
do?
10-foot square. So everything within about 5 feet of you, which Nicholas is just outside of, is now
that's
covered
good.
in grease. So
Hey, you said grease to get out the rope. The beard rope.
it's about that big
Okay.
of greasy area just on the ground beneath you. Oop,
Ew.
okay.
Everything's gross. Did he fall prone?
Ooh, that is a
'Cause
good
it's
question.
funny.
Yes, with a natural
Yeah.
1, absolutely.
Good. Yes.
What you got?
It's like all of my stuff. I don't want to hurt everybody else around me.
That's what careful spells for.
Well, yeah,
Just fireball.
you're right. That's like one of my only damaging things, and I don't want to fireball ourselves. So
Just fireball center it on Nicholas. That way you're out of there.
yeah.
That's like the one person you don't want it centered on.
Oh, boy.
That would be fine. Just want to hit that guy. I'm just gonna chaos bolt this guy, so try to help Nicholas. I think
Okay.
it's a disadvantage, but that's fine.
Yeah, because you are restrained.
Mouse. It's so hard. Where's the thing? There it is. 23.
That hits.
Chaos bolt. Let's cast it at 3rd level. Fuck it. I want him to go away.
Oh, it jumps.
Hey. Then I'll jump into the guy prone, I guess.
Prone on the ground, yeah. Maybe it's just a straight attack roll this time.
That.
I think it's an attack roll. Yeah, make a new attack roll. Okay, yeah, that hits.
Again!
And... Alright, okay, alright. So now we're looking at thunder for the first hit. Second hit is either acid or cold.
I'll do acid.
Okay. As Mia is tied up and restrained above you, Nicholas, you can hear the pattering of the grease hitting the ground behind you. You kind of look up over your shoulder to see her trying to like work her hand out from underneath the ropes. She mutters the incantation and releases the chaos bolt, this warbling ball of just chaotic energy. It slams into the cord, and right before it does, it almost goes invisible, and you guys hear as this creature is absolutely blown to shit. Like completely just
fucked.
red mist. The energy doesn't stop there though, as it kind of arcs up and then slams down. And did you choose cold or acid?
Acid.
Acid, in a greenish bolt of acidic light that carves through the center of the creature laying prone on the ground.
And then I will have my bonus action. I will have my 3 rocks. Jojo curb stomp this guy on the ground.
Okay. They all have advantage.
They do. I think it was that.
Should be +6s and +5s. Just roll me, just do 60/20s. I'll do the math.
Okay, thank you. 60.
And we'll do the largest first, the medium last, and, so 22 hits.
16,
They all hit.
19, and 14.
All hit. So that is a total of... Oh god, where's animate objects?
It was like 2d10 for the large ones, and then
2d6 for the small. So 4d10 plus 4 plus 2d6 plus 1.
2d6, okay. 4d6.
Or that.
Oh, thank you. This is so much easier.
Trying to get things going.
Yeah, like I said, it's hard because I don't have my mouse, so it's
I know.
making everything.
You can't click on things. You gotta use the trackpad.
Yeah.
Okay. He had 24 hit points left.
You
So-
know,
As you see the arc of green light slam into it, it kind of it puts a big hand down on the greasy ground and tries to lift itself up, and it slips. And as it does, the 3 animated boulders just come in and they just start stomping on it, just slamming into it to the point where they just keep going after. It's just a pile of rocks, and it's just rocks dancing on rocks at this point.
Hell yeah. Rocks on
Anything
rocks.
else you want to do?
Violence. That's it.
Alrighty. Poor fucking dude. I'm going to pop out of his bush,
Fuck your bush.
and I want to see, like, you guys
Where is
are
he?
all there-ish. He saw that one, because that wasn't his, I don't think. He's been throwing rocks. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay. As he leaps out and like screams across the gap here, Ken, you feel an urge to dance. Permeates your whole being and makes you just want to dance. And then he's going to use the last of his movement to just slide down the cliffside here and into this tree. And that's
You can
his
dance if
turn.
you want to. You can leave your feet
Nicholas.
If I were to aim straight down, would that still have like the arc angle and the dragon's breath?
Oh
wait, they're straight up, not down.
yeah, they're
Can't
above you.
Yeah.
reach. Man. You know what? Hold on. I gotta get a little closer.
Come along, Todd.
I'm gonna bonus action shove him this way so he falls off.
Okay. Alright. Strength save 19 does
Nope.
not save. So as he goes tumbling down the hill, he instinctually kind of like rolls up and then lands on the ground right about there.
Okay. And then Todd's gonna use his action to Dragon's Breath.
Dragon Todd.
It's a 20 on its dex save, but it's still not going to be enough. It like springs out of its ball form and attempts to twist out of the way, but it's just that dragon breath is just too fast. And Todd, he's practiced this. Years.
Yeah.
And then I use Firebolt.
Okay. All right. That is fair. 16 does hit. Okay. As you see the dragon breath from Todd, is it still an acid breath?
Yep, still acid.
All right. It's the acid breath closes the gap between you, hits the target there, and seems to like be seeping through its stone exterior. You release your firebolt cantrip, and it hits into it, and it just staggers back against the wall. And it kind of like goes all splayed out arms against the wall before it just sort of breaks into a constituent pile of stones and tumbles down into a pile of rocks on the ground.
Nice.
Hell yeah. You fucked.
And I'm just gonna hide behind that rock.
Alrighty.
No,
Ken.
Nicholas, not the rocks.
It is your turn.
You must stand.
As
Yeah.
he's two-stepping.
Can I still like make attacks while dancing?
I think so. I think you just don't have.
I think it'll be a flat roll since this guy's between me and Arif.
You're essentially restrained. Is pretty much what it does.
Oh.
Is it holds you in place. You have advantage on all attack rolls against you. You have no movement speed, and you have disadvantage. Yeah, it's just restrained essentially. And you get a wisdom save at the end of your turn against it.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm about to pull something out that I've never done before. Gonna have Fafnir pop off my back and take a swing at this guy in between me and Arif.
Okay.
Sick the children on him.
That does hit.
Hey.
All right. As Fafnir crawls out from the compartment built into the armor that he lives within, he kind of lashes out and strikes with these small, sharp claws that radiate with magical energy before he curls back up around onto your shoulder and like seems to be ready to go again.
Get him.
And then,
Whack him.
well, I can't really do anything, so I guess I'll just roll my wisdom save.
All right. I mean, you can make your attack rolls. They're just at disadvantage.
Oh, wait, what?
You can attack. They're just at disadvantage, which since you have advantage would just be a straight roll.
Okay, bet.
Yeah.
Punch.
Those both in.
Get on.
As Ken
Punch.
dances in place, he kind of like bends down and does like a little like shimmy move while Fafnir jumps off of his back and strikes out. Then he poses at the end. You make your wisdom save. You no longer feel the urge to dance.
Hey.
Ta-da.
When I was looking up Fey creatures to put on my monster table, I looked at the Korrid and I saw they had that, and I was like, well, I'm just gonna run these. Like, if they're going on the list, they're gonna be a big chunk of the list because holy shit, this is gonna be funny. Horrible hair monsters that make you dance.
Right? I hate it.
Great.
Neat.
God, I should have exited out. I know there were two of the little guys down here, right? Did they both get marked?
I think,
I
yeah.
think so, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. All right. I just didn't remove him from the initiative tracker, which was my fault. This one's going to... You see,
What
like...
happened to me?
What happened to you?
Where did you go, Aaron?
I'm not on the turn order.
You're not. Where's your token?
Why? I still
Token's
see
right
the
there.
token.
My
but-
token
Yeah.
is...
Okay.
I can't grab my token.
That's what I did earlier and didn't know
You
what
got
I
broken.
did.
Did you
I dropped you to
delete
the player. Oh, it's your turn.
Okay.
Perfect.
You actually you had a 10. It's all good. We missed nothing.
I'm
Technically, you would have gone before Ken, but it's all good.
I'm tangled in hair, right?
Yes, you are restrained as well.
Sure are.
Can I Misty Step right here?
Sure. As you do, the coil falls to the ground, and you appear next to the rock creature, the small gnome that was lassoing you is very, very dismayed.
I use butterfly blade.
Okay.
He's like, rude, that was my present to you.
I made that for you. Okay.
And then I poke again.
6. Alright.
16 hits?
Just misses.
No?
Damn it.
Aw.
It just misses them. It hits the other ones, but it misses the little
Yeah.
guys. As you strike out, it twists out of the way, kind of like panting heavily.
Oops.
Anything else you want to do?
No, that's it.
Oh man, hold on. Is that one? What is going on with my tokens?
Great, what is that?
He was on there. I think the one that I thought was down here was up here, and it was just not telling me right because of what I did to Aerith's. And I think that's what happened.
What is this thing?
That's Fafnir.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't remember seeing that one before.
What's this thing? Ugh. That's my baby. You guys see in the distance as a boulder rolls off of the cliff, and then behind this tree, and then the tree kind of like rustles and then stops moving. He's just making progress. Then the cord go. He slid down the slope, and then God. Yeah, they're fucking out. That one in particular. This one that is being attacked by the three of you, I'm gonna roll for. It's gonna swing out at Oni with its great club. That's a 26 to hit.
That would hit, but guess what? I'm a creature I can see within range, so the echo actually takes the hit for me.
Well, hold on.
Alright.
Hold on. He has a minus 1d4 from me.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
Then it's gonna automatically miss. So never mind. The
It
echo
is.
doesn't. The echo doesn't have to take a hit from me.
As the club swings out at you again, you see this like little twinge in its eye as the migraine hits, and it staggers, and you use that moment to twist out of the way. And that is the end of its turn.
High
Swing
five.
next.
Damn it.
Going to.
I missed the opportunity to Sentinel.
I mean, if you want to take the strike now, you can. I didn't really give you a lot of time to call in.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll attempt. Yeah.
It does
Hey.
hit. Hit 9 hit points left.
Oh yeah.
As the creature staggers and kind of stumbles, you see Oni step back out of the way of the blow, and then you see your opening cannon in a quick chopping motion that almost seems to summon light at the edge of your hand like a blade. Behead the gnome before you, and it just tumbles down into the ground, no longer a threat to you or yours.
Nice.
That'll be its turn. The Galeb door. Okay, well, it's 26 to hit Aerith with a slam attack.
Shield.
Okay. You use shield and make sure that no damage is dealt to you in
Right,
any way
we're
in
doing
this battle.
5
I am
damage to
not
you, but you're
getting
just-
touched.
No.
To anybody, and that is its turn. Oni, you're up.
Fuck off. I'm not getting touched.
No, I'm not.
You're so petty.
I am.
I am.
I won't deny it.
Alright, no. He's leaving. That hits. Okay, 20 points of damage. Okay. Oh, none of his rock buddies are still alive, so. Okay. He doesn't have to maintain concentration. All of his babies are dead.
I got a double net 20 right there at the end.
Hell yeah.
I
you
see.
sure did.
I see. Oh boy.
I did less damage with the crit than I did on the second hit.
See that too. All right,
hate to see it.
735, 47, 48, 54, 64. It's still up.
God damn it.
Got anything else in the tank?
I mean, I do. Well, unleash your incarnation. We'll throw another shot at it.
You hit, and with the 1 hit point it had, bam! Sends this final one to Pebbles and Dust. The other 2 in the battle are going to attempt to run away. If you guys wish, we can stay in initiative and you can pursue them, or you could let them run. It's up to you.
I will let him run.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, okay.
I'm good with doing what William.
All right. Stop nudging my hand every time I grab my mouse.
Hmm.
Go get them. It's like 7 times in a row, and I'd pet her for like 10 seconds and then try to grab my mouse again. Nope, not enough. Okay. Changing the music. All right. Let's do some vibes.
With restraints, I have 0 movement, but if I stop flying, do I just fall?
You would fall.
Can I fall? I don't want to be stuck in the air anymore.
You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as Mia stops concentrating on her flight innate abilities, and you hear a thunk and a little bit of a slippy kind of like as you land in your own pile of grease.
Yeah, that's fair.
The Korrid up to the north of the map scurries off quickly until you see one of the large elementals leap kind of out of the ground and then grab it, put it on its head, and they both dive into the ground like a guy, like somebody riding a dolphin in the water, except it's the earth, and they're the fuck gone.
We showed them.
I love how lucky Nicholas always is.
I was like, I can hit Nicholas with a +8 at least. Like, I know I won't hit a lot of them, but there are going to be a lot of things on the field. I'll have a lot of rolls, and it'll be cool, but I'll hit at least Nick and Mia. Thank you for at least getting trapped in my hair.
Right.
Ugh.
Don't worry, I have a knife.
Ken, you are still restrained as well, even though the
Oh.
Korrid have left. The
Can I
The
use my rapier to
binding
cut him
ropes.
free?
All right, roll me an attack roll.
I'll do it twice.
Okay.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Let's see.
Forgot I still
Yes,
had.
Aerith. Slice with your stabbing weapon.
All right,
It's
you
possible.
strike out. You kind of like position Ken in a way where you can strike with the weapon without potentially harming him. And as you strike down with a 16 actually does not damage the rope. You kind of like look at it again and reposition yourself and do a nice like jabbing, wedging motion into where it seems to have like bound itself up. Roll me damage.
Does the beard hair share the same AC as the little thing?
You kind of
Right?
carve away at the hair. Do you still have Spirit Shroud up?
I would have dropped it.
Okay, so 14. You see like strands of it being torn away, and it is weakening, but you don't break through it. You can
What
keep
kind
trying.
of hair is this?
Yeah,
Right.
you're looking down at it, Ken, and you're struggling against it with your strength, and you can't make it budge. You can't move it. You can't stretch it. You can't break it with your hands. The only thing that seems to have had any effect on it right now is trying to cut it.
I try again. Stand still.
Nicholas, it's your time. You're
All
not.
right, 22 hits. Roll me damage.
E.
All right, 9 damage as you take the Sicarius back a little bit and wedge it into that same space again and pry against. Finally, you feel this pop as the rope breaks and falls to the ground and kind of uncoils before almost rapidly rotting before your eyes into the ground.
Ew.
Mia, as you lay in a pile of grease,
Yeah.
you hear the struggles from above. What are you and Nick doing?
Well, she just lays there.
I do have a knife, so I can attempt to cut her out.
Okay.
All right,
Roll
make
me
a
an attack
dexterity.
roll.
Well, make a
you-
dex save first.
Oh yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Uh,
Can I just telekinetically shove her my way?
Slide her
He
across the green.
slides.
You reach out, and over the course of about 15 seconds, you slide Mia over towards you, or about 10 seconds, you
Ow.
slide her out of the grease. She
Oh,
just
the ground is
shoops.
rocky.
I'm sorry.
She just goes.
Now,
Tied
need-
under the ropes.
What's the
Dragon's
knife
breath.
attack roll? Because I don't have it on my attack list.
it's
I
either
just have a
strength.
knife.
It's either strength or dexterity plus your proficiency.
Because you're proficient with it.
I
Everyone
can
is
use
proficient with a
dexterity.
dagger.
Okay, roll me dex, and then it should be plus. I think it's +5 now.
Yeah, +5.
Okay, all right.
I don't
So
want
as
a
you
-2.
roll me 1d4 plus your dexterity modifier.
Oh,
Plus
no.
1.
So
All right,
poor.
So Ken, as you are finally freed, you look over your shoulders and can see Nicholas has pulled Mia out of the grease and is kind of like crouched down next to her, and he has a knife out and he's just slowly carving through the rope. You are making progress, Nicholas. You're just you wedge the knife kind of in against the rope, and you're just going through a nice little saw-like motion, just taking your time.
She'd take like 6 rounds at this rate.
You can try again. You can keep cutting if you want.
I'm gonna just keep cutting my way through this very slowly.
Okay, roll me.
Do I
another
have to
dex
keep
check.
making a attack roll?
Yep, it's an attack roll every time.
Oh man, it's gonna be a while.
Hey, it still hits. Roll me another damage roll.
Can
You
I
hear
was gonna say, can Todd shoot at the
2 damage.
2 damage. All right.
Lukey.
Ken, you hear
yeah,
Ken's
I'm gonna.
like booted
Yeah,
landing behind you.
Please help.
yeah. Let me. I will assist.
Okay.
It's so gross. I hate
I
this.
don't know. Let me. I guess summon Justice to assist with the cutting.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an attack roll with Justice.
That's a big sword for a very small.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's only-
It's actually a lot of rope.
Is this supposed to be a sexual
Man.
joke? I mean, what?
Oh no. 20 hits. Go ahead and roll me damage. Okay. It had 14 hit points left, as it had an AC of 20 and 20 hit points. You
Jesus.
kind of like put your hand on Nicholas's shoulder and just give him that like, I got this, and summon Justice. And as you guys look, the blade of justice in all its regality, and the runes not alight, as you're not really within proximity of a chromatic dragon, but still radiating power. And as he kind of raises his arm, it's just a single swipe. Like he doesn't really even move, hardly at all. It's just a single downward swipe, and it cuts all the rope along the front of you, Mia, and you just thump. You are now laying like on your back, chest up, and you are free.
She like closed her eyes in anticipation of getting stabbed, but it was just like, do what you gotta do, and then like opened one eye slowly, just
You are intact.
I'm gonna use
Hey.
prestidigitation and just clean her.
oh thank you. It was so gross
All
with the
right.
hair, and then there was gross.
I'll leave
stuff
the
on
hair,
ground.
just all the grease. I clean all
No!
the I'm kidding.
All right. Well, studying or referencing the map handed to you by Archie, which tells you to, within these kind of rocky plains, follow the lower trails and the sounds of water. You get your bearings and realize that the road over here in the opposite direction that the Corrid ran. Yeah, I'm wrapping up right now.
Sorry.
Seems to be going more downhill, and there's the sound of, it sounds like frogs and insects in the distance. You know, while there is no road to follow, that your trail lies in that direction. And that's where we'll pick up next week.
Yay.
Todd's people are there.
Hmm?
I said Todd's people are in there.
Right? Well, not Todd's in particular. He's from Mechanus, remember?
Well, it's because he's a frog.
Yeah,
Todd's
His
He
speed.
cousin.
likes to swap.
he does. And he likes being a frog. He does like being a frog.
An acid breathing frog.
Right.
you guys picked up on what was going on pretty quick. I was really happy.
God damn it.
Oh, about the sending and the time difference?
Yeah, when I sent that sending to you, you immediately got it. And I was so happy. I was so proud because like I had expected you to try sending your mother, and I had things kind of ready for that, and you did. But
I
But he
failed.
the dice
The
said
one
no.
thing that you had to roll.
I know.
Yep. So it was as soon as you were like, no, you had like
She's
at least a
dead.
vague understanding of what was going on. I was like, yes, hell yeah.
Totally won't be ramifications for talking with Nicholas in the past.
Yeah.
I mean, there were, and the fact that one, Nicholas now has a vivid memory of things he wishes he hadn't walked in on, as well as there's now food and water in the demi-plane for Fauna, which is a boon, just in case. So,
Just in
What's
case
the,
she
plus,
still
what's the
eats
worst that
and
could happen, you know?
2 Nicholases, 3 Nicholases, I guess.
drinks.
This doesn't sound bad at all.
I had so much fun scripting out your arrival in the Feywild over the last couple of weeks with the freaking bartender and spilling the drinks, and I was like, whoever rolls lowest is ending up in some guy's lap, and of course it was
Fair.
Perfect.
You sure you didn't have a thing for elves?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. You could
No.
have tried to flirt with him. You didn't even try,
Should have rolled for charisma.
right?
Oh,
I was
man.
too scared.
Oh no.
Yeah, you were bleeding pretty heavily. Actually, I think you were still sizzling from the lightning breath. Oh, man. All right. Well, that was a lot of fun. I'm so happy we are in the Feywild and on this arc. Oh, this will be great. I got such
Oh.
plans.
Well, I'm
what
still
if when
thinking
we
about
get out, we're still in the past?
Hmm?
No, I just realized, what if we get out, like we finish the Feywild, and then we're still stuck in the past?
Oh, God.
Then we could
Fine.
we could preemptively start working on gaining allies for the future war.
I mean, you guys have always been saying you didn't have enough time. You might potentially
Yeah.
have 20 years now.
Yeah.
that's
There's
kind of
still-
dangerous for me.
We have to somehow work on building an army while also not interacting with ourselves.
You're right.
Mhm.
Nick
Looks
already
so much
failed
fun.
that.
We gotta go across the world and recruit new allies over there.
Let's face it, if there were two people in this world, or one person who could talk to themselves at two different points in time and cause as little ripples in the world as
Right.
possible, it's the Hermit
Okay.
Nicholas.
Yeah,
That is
100%.
You know, you basically tormented yourself because
Yeah.
you forced yourself to have to wake up every day and go through this mantra of food, water, wanderers, demiplane. What? I said said it was important, and I know I'd keep harassing myself if I don't do this, so I've got to keep doing it.
You forgot, dumbass.
You said that, and I was just dying. Like, I love the like, personal love for himself, where he loves himself so much, but hates himself kind of at the same time.
He respects himself enough to know when he can make jokes at himself.
Oh man, let's see. Not newer.
Oh.
Where was it? Breath weapons before battle with the cord. Those things, I love those things. I love horrible monsters that are they just, and they're chaotic neutral. They don't need to be evil. I wanted to make these evil because sometimes I just want to fight.
I looked them up briefly. Apparently, they are usually just chaotic unless you touch their beards or mess up their beards. In
I
which
think
case,
that's what
they
their
will
dart
just
did.
immediately attack you.
I had in my mind that they were protecting their territory, like you were walking into their home, and
And you
so they were
immediately
like,
threw a knife at him.
Hey, maybe you threw a knife at it, hit his beard.
maybe.
If it sets off the danger sense, and it takes a lot to set off danger sense for Oni, because there's danger, but like for the party, there's not a lot that's really dangerous. If it set it off, it's like, all right, we're swinging first, you know.
Yep. Yep, they were like, one of them rolled a natural 20 on their stealth check and actually beat all of your perceptions. And the other one, the boulder guys, if they're not moving, they're like the ropers. They're just indistinguishable. They're just rocks.
Just rock.
They're Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy. If I don't move, I'm invisible.
Yup. I can't find the exact sending, but it was hilarious and it made me laugh, and I appreciated that. The one that I sent back to, what? Rescue Mother? Mother's fine. She's in Lintia. Is this some sort of joke? When did you learn sending? I thought you just left for...
Yeah, that sounds
I had it
right.
all typed out like for the academy last year or something like that, and then I counted and I was like 4. It's just so perfect right there. Oh man, this fucking game.
While I'm thinking about the past, did you ever just I guess decide on what absorbing Mechalanathon was going to do to Justice?
It doesn't really enhance any of the inherent parts of it. It was a true blue dragon, which completed that rune. I hadn't thought about it.
Because I remember when we killed our Beatrice, I think it added another 2d6 to the ice rune.
Was that the way it was working? Let me look at my notes. Because I mean, technically he was an adult, but he was all enhanced and stuff. So, but let me see. It's the non-artifact, even though that yours is technically an artifact. I think what I remembered was that it increased the dragon slaying to the +2, but I might have my memory wrong. Let's talk about it out of game. Just message me like tomorrow or something, and I'll weigh the pros and cons and things like that.
Okay.
Try to maintain some balance,
Yeah.
I dealt I think 6 damage to you guys when Mia fell out of the air. So
I mean, you made people use resources though.
That was it. Yeah,
Aurora popped several shields. I used 2
Right.
Alicia Incarnations.
Yep.
I used 2 sendings before the fight even started.
You used, yeah, and
Mia opened her demi-plane.
right. I used my
Yeah.
8th level. Nick used a bunch of sendings.
Mm-hmm. I didn't use too many spell slots though, honestly. I was just getting very lucky. I like how it's part of his lore that he's lucky, and it just plays out in game so well that I don't even have to use my lucky dice.
I couldn't hit you. I was like, what the hell is this? I just need to roll a 10.
No.
Those things, if the cord are touching the ground when they hit you, they add 2 extra damage dice to their hits. They hit with like 3d8 plus like 6. Yeah, the one hit that I thought hit that I rolled damage on that was gonna get eaten by Oni's Echo, but then ended up getting negated by the Mind Sliver was 20 damage on that
By
one
the
hit.
butterfly blade.
Yeah, the butterfly blade. That's what it was.
Yeah, so if they did hit it,
It was gonna
good.
hurt, but yeah, I mean, it wasn't supposed to be deadly to you guys. It was mostly supposed to be just fun and.
Yeah, those little
That's what
things
most-
are unsettling for sure.
You're right. They do snap.
The Feywilds. I'm sure there won't be anything else unsettling about the Feywilds.
The weirdest part
Do
is
hags
the
live in
fact
the
that it
Fey?
can retract it, man. Like
Yeah.
the retractable aspect of a beard is horrifying.
And then it could just let go of it, and it just magically disconnects and can be there and be lassoed around them.
I feel like a dwarf would actually love to have that ability. Just be able to grow their beard at will.
100% agree.
And manipulated at will.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess, okay, so it retracted it by calling it back, but because it's a magical 50-foot long rope. made out of its own hair, and it can command it as long as it's within 30 feet.
I mean, it's still like a fun ability.
Yeah.
It's so gross.
Their whole thing
It's
was about
gross.
pinning you down and restraining you so that they could club you over the head, and I loved it. It didn't work, but I loved it. Not against the Wanderers of Starlight. Or, I guess I should say, the, you guys might need it. Well, no, you already gave your group name. Oh, well.
I mean,
Sure,
there
that
should
won't
be
have
any. That shouldn't have any effects
repercussions.
because going by titles is very
Yeah.
common
Yeah.
practice in the Fae.
It is. That's why he wanted to go by Archie. Friendly neighborhood Archfey.
Friendly, I'm sure.
He seemed pretty friendly. At least I was trying to go for friendly.
I mean, he seemed friendly, but like with the hint of, haha, I'm totally gonna exploit you fuckers.
No. Why would you do that? That makes no sense.
He's a Fae.
I was thinking since it's like time shenanigans, watch as we get this flower, this guy consumes it and becomes like a super archfey that we have to deal with as we get closer to like present.
Nah.
Nah.
Oh, how old was Rose? What triggered that event?
How old was Rose? They were just about 20.
Yeah, that's why I was saying I feel like we're gearing up to start the problems that caused Rose and Thorn to peace out. We're gonna be the ones to fucking we're inadvertently trying to stop the coup. We're gonna have all kind of Fey blood on our hands.
Please no.
I mean, I would be down this. We don't have much. We've got that like we're home kind of feeling because the Fey ancestry in the three of us, but like we don't really have a connection to the Feywild. So if something happens, it happens.
That's
It'll
fair.
be fine.
And nothing can go wrong.
Oh no, everything
Oh
went
no,
wrong.
everything went wrong.
No. Of course,
Yeah.
I say that about Fauna and the food and water if she's alive because of the whole
She's
Garrick thing, of course.
Yeah.
Mm.
I have to, reiterate that. Make sure that Aerith sits in a constant state of worry and that even Aurora frets over it because then I'm doing my job.
Can you make a simulacrum of somebody else, or do you have to make it of yourself?
Pretty sure it has to be yourself.
Could you imagine if a villain was like, "Hey, I'm gonna take this person and I'm gonna supplant them with a simulacrum that I made"?
It doesn't
mean,
even have to
usually-
be a person.
You shape an illusionary duplicate of one beast or humanoid that is within
yeah, I
range
guess it
for the
doesn't have to
entire
be you.
casting time of the spell. God fucking damn it, Earth.
Nothing says it has to be you.
Yep. It is friendly to you, though.
Just like a fauna.
I hate this even more.
Why are we giving him ideas?
I mean, just like
Why are you giving me
it's
more
not ideas I've already had.
anxiety?
We're
probably- well-
giving Aurora a heart attack so that in character he knows how to act when Aerith has the heart attack.
I felt so bad when the door. When first I was describing to Mia that the demiplane wasn't working correctly, I could hear your panic. Like, even though you weren't saying anything, I could feel it like through the etherverse. And then opening the door and it being empty, I heard your heart drop.
I was like, oh no. Hey, possibly good news. I mean, like, if it was a simulacrum, my Dispel Magic would have done that, so probably not a fake.
It's true. You did actually overlook
Small
Ifalna
things.
and study her for any other magical
Yeah,
effects.
she didn't have any other magical effects on her.
And you didn't detect any.
So that's a plus.
And a simulacrum would have been made out of, what was it, ice and snow or something?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And it lasts until dispelled, so it can be dispelled.
So
So
what
a
you're
little
saying
bit of
is
comfort.
anybody we meet from now on, we need to try to dispel just to make sure they're not a simulacrum.
You're just gonna walk around
Every
town
single
breaking
person.
everyone's magic items.
Right?
That's why I found this.
That was an heirloom from my great grandfather who died in the war.
Well, that's unfortunate. All right, have a nice day.
That sucks. Bye.
Jeez.
Oh man. I like how we have code names now.
I'm never gonna remember it.
I had to write them down.
I'll remember. I remember Ken and Mia's.
Yeah, I know where
Yeah.
Ken and Mia's came from. It's beautiful, but
Where'd your asses come from?
Huh?
I know. where
How'd
they
you
came
guys
from,
get
too.
in?
The origins of their names.
I
Yeah, I'm
know.
asking how it came about.
It's a secret.
Aw.
unless Ken wants to say.
I know.
Oh, that's
They are the names of people that. Well, I'll just say it. They're Ken's mom and dad's name.
Yeah.
Bio
I see.
parents.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but his biological parents.
That was
Makes
the
sense.
very first thing that Sid said to Ken was he called him William because he thought he was him.
I see.
So Ken is Harry Potter. Got it.
And then he kind of like shook his head and realized that I'm
The
far
boy
too old
who
for that.
lived.
Boy is not old enough to be. William was as old as I am. No.